Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day one of competition for the 2025 Oceania Track Cycling Championships here at Anna Meares Velodrome. We welcome our first rider to the track, the junior women's 19s 200-metre sprint qualifying. And this is the rider, number 177, Indiana Plant, the Queensland colours here. Indy Plant comes through the first 106.5. She'll finish off with the clock of 13.42 to start the day off for Indiana. The next rider, rider 167, as they roll through the home straight. This is Paige Squire. .200-metre qualifying, the riders will ride to the top of the track, basically just settle themselves, think about the task ahead, and then just try and be absolutely as fast as they possibly can be as they enter the home straight, as they get one lap to go. The clock starts at the 200-metre tape, the white line across the track through the bend as the bell sounds for Paige as she comes through this time, out of the saddle going nicely, double discs in, heads down the back straight to set her time of the day so far. Fastest through the first 100 metres this time, moving nicely. Going to hang on to that up the home straight and goes through. Quickest time of the day so far, 12.186 for Paige. Our next rider out onto the track, rider 162. This is Madison Smith in the Queensland colours. So Maddie Smith at the top of the track, just getting herself right. Set the fastest time that she possibly can. I'd like to welcome everybody onto the Oz Cycling YouTube channel here today. Being brought to you by the Golden Bear, Bear Liang, and all of the volunteers who give us our media coverage through these events. Mums and dads, friends and family of the riders who are racing. So that's the coverage we're getting here this week for the entirety of the Oceania Track Championships. Fantastic to have this opportunity to be able to show you all the action. Maddie goes through in the second fastest time of the 100 and see where she finishes off. She comes to the home straight and finishes 12.729 for the second fastest time of the day so far. Welcome to anyone joining us in New Zealand or around Australia on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. I hope you're getting set for some great racing here this week for the Oceania Championships. First of our riders here in Queensland from across the water from New Zealand. This is Piper Newton, just heading down the back straight. So if you're in the grandstand or you're around the place or even at home, send the message to a few friends. Just let them know that the racing will be on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel for the week. Great opportunity to see the best the Oceania has to offer. Looking forward to some great racing across the elites and 19s, and also our para athletes here over the next several days. Piper building up speed nicely as she goes through the 200-metre tape now. Fastest time so far is 12.186. Just trailing off that time a little bit. Needs to finish strongly up the home straight this time. Piper goes through. Second fastest, 12.451. So for now, Paige Squire's time stands up. A new rider out onto the track. Rider 176, Milan Bradshaw. Once again, another rider in the Queensland colours. Great opportunity for the local Queensland riders to be able to use Anna Meares Velodrome so often, and then have the majority of the bigger track racing happening here in Queensland for national championships and Oceania championships. Milan Bradshaw building up speed as she starts to head towards the back straight this time. Staying nice and high up against the fence. Use all of the downhill run on the home straight as they start to build up space. Out of the saddle now, quite strong up top, going to get the gear going. Got a very big gear on as she heads towards the 200. Nice and smooth through the 200 as she heads down the back straight this time. We'll see where she is at the 100-metre mark. Just a little bit off the pace so far. Nice strong finish will do the world of good. She comes up, finishes third best time so far, 12.479. Hazel Gardner is the next rider to come out onto the track. Another one of our riders over from New Zealand for this one. 175 riders all up on the start list for this week's Oceania Championship. Multiple teams in the team sprint and teams pursuit events that are to come today. We're qualifying for a number of different events throughout the day. The junior women and junior men's sprint qualifications, then the junior women and junior men's individual pursuit as well. The elite women teams pursuit qualifying will also take place this morning before the first break. After the break, we'll have the elite men teams pursuit. And we're finishing off the morning session today with the para scratch race for men and women. So plenty of racing to start us off this morning on day one as Hazel gets underway. What can she do on this Anna Meares Velodrome here this morning? Very smooth down the back straight through the first 100, a little bit off the pace so far from what we've seen. Nice and strong up to the line though, she goes across. Third fastest time so far. .479 for Hazel Gardner. Alana Lake making her way down the back straight now. Alana building up nice pace down at the back straight this time. So one or two riders come in quite slowly into the home straight. Alana's not making that error here. Going to get right up on top of the gear. Moving nicely through the start finish as the bell sounds through the 200 now. Looking very smooth down the back straight. Great cadence here from Alana. We'll see her through the first 100. Fastest time so far inside the 6-second marker. It could be the fastest time of the day so far. Just outside, 12.259 for Alana. just outside the time of Paige Squire. So Paige's time, standing up nicely here this morning. She'll go to the number 2 spot for now. Our new rider on the back straight is Minnie Collins, another one of our New Zealand riders. Just a reminder, if you're in the grandstand here at the Anna Meares Velodrome, we are on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, so if you've got anyone watching around Australia or anyone who may want to see it, just direct them to search up Oz Cycling YouTube's channel, and all the action all week long. We'll be able to see all the racing. Minnie Collins right up on top of the gear here, trying to set the fastest time she possibly can. Nice line through the bend as she heads down the back straight this time. Moving very nicely indeed. Third fastest time through the 100. Can she get a little bit stronger up the home straight? We'll see where she finishes off. Second fastest, 12.218. Once again, Paige's time still standing up. It's always hard to be the first rider out on track, set the fastest time, set the first time. Rider 178 is Emily Watch. She's just circling the top of the track as she heads down the back straight this time. No front disc for Emily, just with the what we call the 5-spoke. Front wheel in. Out of the saddle now. Got the big gear on as she starts to build that pace up now. Rider in the ACT colours. Goes in nicely here, gets nice and low on the front end of the bike. She heads down the back straight, getting on top of the gear now nicely. Goes through the first 100. Fastest time so far, 5.813. Is this the fastest time this morning? Indeed it is, 11.627. It's the fastest time of the day so far for Emily Watch. Nice ride, 11.6 for the under-19 rider.
Where's she from, this rider?
Our next rider from New Caledonia, this is Louise Shavitz, the New Caledonia rider. So great ride, top spot for now for Emily Watch from the ACT. Louise Shavitz got some good pace here into the 200, moving very nicely indeed. The rider from New Caledonia doesn't seem to have as big a gear on as the other riders. She's moved nicely though. Good line on the track. She'll finish off here. A time of 12.544. She'll be into the next round, no trouble at all. Ebony Not Robinson is the next rider, just rolling down the back straight now. Robinson out of the saddle, building up pace nicely as she comes through the home straight this time. Moving very nicely as she goes through the 200. 11.61 is the time to beat to go to top spot on the leaderboard at the moment. Fastest through the 100 here for Ebony Robinson. Let's see where she can finish the time off here. Can she hang on to it? Yes, she can. 11.493 for Ebony Robinson. That's a great start to the day. Victoria Smith is the next rider on the track in the Queensland colours. Rider 171. Conscious of getting on top of her gear here. Out of the saddle down the back straight. Getting right up on top of it. She'll come through this time to get one lap to go. Queensland rider knows the track very well. Still out of the saddle. Trying a big gear here this morning. Trying to get on top of it as she heads down the back straight. She's moving nicely. Smith will come to the home straight and stop the clock at 12.738 for Smith. Time of 11.493 from Ebony Robinson. Superb ride here this morning. Sits in top spot. Rider 118 out onto the track this time. This is Olivia Wright. Olivia from the Balmoral Cycling Club, but in the all-black skin suit for this event. Concentrating at the top of the track. Riders will be going through the process where they have to start to build up. They'll be going through it in their minds where they have to start building up the pace. Trying to stay high, trying to get right on top of it. Using the banking nicely here just to get the bike moving a little bit faster without too much lactic acid build up into the legs. She'll get out of the saddle now to really build the pace as she comes into the home straight. So the Balmoral Cycling Club rider gets underway. Still down into the metre line now. Moving smoothly down the back straight here. Olivia Wright, we'll see how she is through the first 100. Third place so far, which is good. We've seen some very fast times so far. She'll stop the clock. 11.848 for Olivia Wright. Another one of our ACT riders out onto the track now. This is Natasha Sitsky. Fastest time of the day so far, 11.49. That's the time of Ebony Robinson. Natasha Sitsky building up pace very nicely, extremely quick into the 200 here. You should see how she goes down the back straight and up to the first tape at the 100. Going nicely, third fastest time of the day, getting herself right to the top of the leaderboard. She came in very quick. She's going to go through fourth fastest, 11.945 for Sitsky.
Came down onto the blue and nearly split out with the back wing. This is Ella.
Next rider just rolling into the home straight, rider 160 in the Victorian colours. This is Hope Harnety. 11.49 the time to beat. Say Ebony Robinson very happy with the ride that she's produced here this morning. It's going to take some beating that time. A couple of very good bike riders still to come though in the sprint competition for qualifying here this morning. Hope Harnety building up pace nicely. She'll go through the 200 into the back straight. Getting out of the saddle, just going to get a bit more on top of that gear. Now moving very quickly indeed at the top of the banking. She'll control it through the bend, not use too much too early. Now she's getting underway, really underway out of the saddle. Very strong in the upper body as she goes through the 200 here for Hope. See how she goes through the first 100 metres. 6.022, so she's in the mix. She'll come up and finish 12.158, fifth fastest of the day so far. So got herself into the right part of the leaderboard for now. And that puts her up into fifth place. And welcome another one of our riders out of New Zealand. And this is Zadie Scott from New Zealand. Rider 130. Wearing the colours of the G-Force Cycling Performance Hub here today on the Anna Meares Velodrome. And just one rider to come after Zadie. If you're joining us in New Zealand, welcome. If you're on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, I hope you're going to enjoy being able to see your riders, either family members or friends or club members. If you're around Australia, welcome. I hope you enjoy the coverage that we're going to bring you this next 5 days of racing, Tuesday through to Saturday, long days of competition. There's Zadie Scott out of the saddle. Double discs on the red Cervelo, moving nicely through the 200. 11.49 is the time to beat by Robinson. Scott goes through. Moving nicely through the bend and up the home straight. She's going to stop the clock. 13.134 for Zadie Scott. One rider to go in the Junior Women 19 field from Queensland. Please welcome rider 151. This is Ella Liang. So going off in the number 1 seed position. 11.49 is the time to beat. 11.61 is the next best. So we've got Ebony Robinson at the top. Then Emily Watch, 11.62 was the time she came up with. Olivia Wright, 11.84. And then Natasha Sitsky rode 11.94. So 4 riders under the 12-second mark in our junior women's 19 field here this morning is Ella. Very smooth at the moment down the back straight, using the banking to get on top of the gear that little bit more. Looking to the home straight, now out of the saddle for Ella Liang. Really trying to get on top of the gear, nice and smooth though, goes into the 200 nicely. No surprises, moving nicely here down the back straight from Ella Liang. We'll see how she goes through the first 100, third best so far, but she's a very strong rider. We'll see what she can finish off. She'll go across 11.844, third fastest time in the qualifying for Ella. So no break in the racing at all. We move straight on to our next event, and this is our junior men's 19 sprint qualifying. 16 to qualify. The first rider, rider 115, is Christopher Mullins in the Queensland colours. Mullins from the Balmoral Cycling Club moving nicely down the back straight. Goes through the first 100, 5.631. This is the first one to finish off, 11.527 for Chris Mullins. Always a tough spot to be for these riders. First rider on the track. Next rider onto the track in the black skin suit. Also from the Balmoral Cycling Club is Nate Argent. Nate Argent rolls down the back straight now, just using the banking. Not too worried about getting on top of the gear too much just yet. We'll come through the top of the bend, now out of the saddle, really forcing the pace as he comes into the home straight. Getting on top of that gear here, still out of the saddle through the bend, now moving nicely as he heads down the back straight. Just wrestling with the bike a little bit. We'll see how he goes for the first 100. Quickest so far, 5.48. How close to 11 seconds can he go? 10.955 for Nate Argent, the first rider underneath 11 seconds here this morning. You're happy with that one. He goes to the top of the leaderboard. And the next rider onto the track in the ACT colours from the Canberra Cycling Club is rider 120. This is Angus Withington. 10.955 for Nate Argent. A number of riders still to come. There'll be one or two riders quite happy to see. The track's nice and quick with that sort of a time. There's Angus Withington. Comes to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go, building up the pace. He's concentrating on the job at hand. So that bike moving very nicely indeed. The big man, Angus Withington, really moving nicely through the 200. Very, very smooth indeed. Let's have a look and see where Angus can go through the first 100. Fastest time, 5.25. This is going to be well inside the 11-second marker here for Angus. 10.715 for Angus Withington. Nice ride indeed. Was really moving as he came through with 1 lap to go. He got that absolutely perfect. Luca Piet is the next rider out onto the track in the South Australian Sports Institute colours. So 10.715 for Angus Withington. Great ride. 10.95 for Nate Argent. Chris Mullins is 11.527 there. The top 3. Luca Piet is the rider on the track now. He's moving nice and smooth through that first 200. No movement of the upper body at all. See how he goes through the first 100. He's up there and thereabouts. Not quite as quick as Withington at the moment. 11.042 for Luca. The next rider out onto the track from Te Awamutu Sporting Club, Sports Cycling Club, is Ben Murphy, another one of our New Zealand competitors. So Murphy taking no risk about being on top of the gear here. Out of the saddle, into the home straight this time, really moving nicely. See how he goes through the first 100. Second fastest at the moment, but he's still moving very strongly as he comes into the home straight. We'll see where he can finish it off. Third fastest 11.019. Just got a little bit ragged as he went down the home straight off the boards ever so slightly, which will affect his time ever so much. But a good ride there for Ben Murphy. He's got himself up into third place for now, so he's there and thereabouts. Sebastian Topping from the Balmoral Cycling Club in the Queensland colours. Our next rider out onto track as he starts to make his way down the back straight. He'll come through next time into the home straight and hear the bell. So Topping moving nicely. Fifth fastest at the moment as he goes through the 100. Strong ride up the home straight to try and finish off a nice time, 11.043. So no surprises. And quite close in the middle field here. Seb not over the moon about his time then as he slams the handlebars down the back straight. But still a nice ride. Miles Prina is our next rider out onto the track. From the counties, Manukau Cycling. Miles Prina. Very smooth at the top of the track here. There's Prina as he starts to make his way down the back straight. Using the banking to get up on top of the gear. Moving very nicely here, Miles Prina. Out of the saddle, just trying to get on top of that gear. You see one or two of the riders, they're obviously going a little bit bigger in their gears for the 200-metre qualifying, which is the way of sprinting these days. But you've really got to get it right as you get on top of it. He hits the line, he's got on top of it nicely, 10.959. Inside 11 seconds, it takes him through to third fastest so far. So Patrick May is our next rider, New South Wales colours from the Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. They're moving quite nicely at the top of the track, just rolling the gear. Leighton Riley, another one of our riders from across New Zealand. Moving nicely here now through the 200. Nice and smooth down the back straight here, Leighton Riley. We'll see where he can finish off the scoreboard clock here. 11.6 for Leighton. 11.680. Flynn Underwood is the next rider to come out onto the track now. Rider 146. Another one of our riders from the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. Fastest time of the day, Patrick May, 10.58. So the speed's really starting to pick up here for our junior men as we go through the start list. Flynn Underwood building up pace, top of the track, going very nicely indeed here. Nice and smooth into the 200, really moving as he heads down the back straight this time. Rider from New Zealand, let's see where he can be. Fastest time through the 100 here. Where can he finish off here, Flynn? 10.426. Fastest time of the day so far for the rider from New Zealand. Great piece of riding there from Flynn Underwood. Puts himself top of the leaderboard for now. And a few riders still to come in this start list, but a nice place for Underwood to be. Jeremy Cannon is the next rider on the track in the New South Wales colours. Comes from the Neo Cycling Club. So great ride from Underwood. Puts himself top of the leaderboard. Jeremy Cannon out on track now, trying to make sure that he's going to do a faster time. Building up pace nicely. A tall rider in the sprint competition. Big thank you to Bear Liang and the team bringing the vision onto the Oz Cycling YouTube channel here this morning. Jeremy goes through 5th fastest time at the moment, so he's got himself in the mix. He'll finish off inside 11 seconds, 10.98 for Jeremy. Another one of our riders from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. There's rider 145 out on the track. This is Alex Schuler. And we've just got one more to go after him, and that'll be Mitchell Louis from Queensland. We'll go back to the top of the leaderboard and just have a look at the time so far. Flynn Underwood at the top, 10.42. We have Patrick May, 10.58. Angus Withington, 10.71. Nate Argent, 10.95. Miles Preener, 10.959, just a little bit slower. Then Jeremy Cannon, 10.98. They're all the riders who have gone under 11 seconds. Alex Schuler getting on top of the gear here. Nice and strong in the upper body here as he gets underway in the back straight. On a very big gear again, these guys. Fastest time, 5.154 in the 100. Can he finish off with the quickest time? Yes, he can. 10.358. Just under 70 kilometres an hour for the young rider from New Zealand. 10.358. Great piece of riding here. Puts himself up to the top of the leaderboard with one to come. It's a local rider in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours. Right at 140, Mitchell Louis. So Mitchell Louis, top of the track. The head resting, he's got his chin resting on his head stem here. Trying to be as absolutely as aero as he possibly can here. So he's done some homework, getting his position right, out of the saddle now. Comes up nice and high though when he gets out of the saddle, trying to get on top of that gear. Now nice and aero down the back straight, rolling the big gear as fast as he possibly can. Goes through the first 100, third quickest, going to have to get on top of it into the home straight. Mitchell Louis goes across the line, 10.414. So close at the top of the leaderboard. Goes to number 2, which leaves us with Alex Schuler, the fastest qualifier in the junior men's 19s. Next event will come out onto the track will be the junior women 19 individual pursuit. There'll be a slight break for a few minutes as we get the gear and our officials in place. If you're joining us on our live coverage on the OS Cycling YouTube channel, just a little bit of break in proceedings here with the live feed. The advantage of not having a commercial break, you get to watch what's going on at the track. And as you can see, we've just got some adjustments being made to the timing tape in the home straight. And they'll be getting on with the individual qualifying of the junior women 19 individual pursuit. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. We've seen some fast times so far for our junior sprinters. We're looking forward now to some individual pursuing. Don't forget, if you've got people around the country, around the world, who'd like to watch this racing, just send them a link, send them a text message, send them an email, get them onto the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. So the track is ready to go. Our officials are in place. We're looking for our first riders up onto the track, please, for heat number 1. In the back straight, we welcome rider 166 is Caitlin Rose. In the home straight, rider 152 is Eden Seeley-Cunnington. So Queensland versus New South Wales for this one. This is the first qualifying ride. 12 riders taking part, 6 heats in all. The first 2 fastest times will go to the gold and silver medal ride-off for the gold medal, and the 3rd and 4th fastest riders will ride for the bronze medal later today. So we're underway. First heat of our junior women's 19s individual pursuit qualifying. 2 of our young riders. New South Wales versus Queensland. Of course, we've got our national Australian Championships coming up in March here on this very track. So good opportunity. A lot of racing here for the track cyclists in Queensland over the next couple of months. Of course, we had the Black Line Racing League through New South Wales and Queensland this year as well. Just to start to really build the numbers of racing after an incredibly successful Paris Olympics for the Australian cycling team. Goes down the ranks, people get excited, riders get more enthusiastic about when they see such a successful trip as the Australian team had in Paris. We're going to see a number of those riders racing here today and over during the rest of the week. Not too much between these 2 riders. Eden Seeley-Cunnington in the home straight. Caitlin Rose, the New South Wales rider, just has her measure at the moment. We'll come round to the end of the first kilometre now. The New South Wales rider ever so slightly in front. Not a lot in it though. It's a tough gig. Riders in the first heat of any of these rides have to go out and don't get to see what everyone else is doing. Can't sort of judge the ride at any point at all. You're just going to go out, ride the fastest possible time you can. When you get down to maybe the last 2 rounds, you might be in a position to be able to just control the pace just a little bit if you know what you're capable of, know how the track's riding. Big advantage, of course, for the riders in the final heat. Get an idea of exactly how fast the track is and how fast everyone is going. New South Wales rider just moving nicely here, just a little bit further forward than the Queenslander as they head back to their start points. And Caitlin Rose, it's got a nice little buffer at the moment, just around 2 seconds quicker than the Queensland rider. Just a little bit of a drop of the head from Caitlin Rose there as she came through the home straight, trying to stay aero, but the effort is starting to take its toll. Eden Sealy-Cunnington just being asked for a little bit more from a coach on the inside of the track here. 2 different coaching styles. Coach in the back straight, standing on the start-finish line, walking the line, and the Queensland coach, all the traditional standing in the bend, gets a better opportunity to see where the time is. And it's working nicely at the moment. Caitlin Rose still leads, but the Queensland rider, Sealy-Cunnington, is starting to come back a little bit now, as I say that. New South Wales rider Caitlin Rose seems to just be lifting that little bit more. They'll come through, 2 laps to go for both riders, and it's almost dead level now. So a big lift here from Eden Sealy-Cunnington, the Queensland rider who started into the home straight. She's trying to win her heat, leave the track with Bragging Rides Elite, but she hasn't yet gotten Caitlin Rose. They'll go through this time and get 1 lap to go. The bell will sound, nothing between the two. The New South Wales rider still just ahead. It's going to come down to a very fast sprint finish here, but New South Wales moving nicely with half a lap to go. Caitlin Rose hanging on here, trying to win her heats at the fastest time she possibly can. She'll go through. Quickest time so far, 3:53. Nothing between the two riders in there, just 0.7 of a second. At 3:53.109 for Caitlin, 3:53.852 for Eden. Welcome in the back straight, Nina Worrell, and in the home straight, Madeleine Wassabash. So Madeline moving very nicely here. Got her rider in her sights now. Two riders head down the back straight. Madeline Wasserbach setting the fastest time so far here in the junior women's 19s. Nina Worrell, she'll see the rider go past her now. That won't be good for the confidence, but she's just going to fight on and try and set the fastest time that she possibly can here, get the experience for the ride. Fantastic track, fantastic conditions. It's got to get the most out of the effort that you can put in. Madeline setting a nice time, setting a nice ride at the moment. Coming to the home straight at this time. She's still number one on the leaderboard as far as progressive times go. She'll get 1,000 metres to go this time as she goes through. And Coach Ashan Kudinoff giving her the information as she goes through. Really moving nicely down the back straight here. And junior women 19 individual pursuit qualifying the 2025 Oceania Track Cycling Championships. Looking nice and smooth on that bike as she goes through the bend. She'll come up this time, 2 laps to go. A little bit off schedule, according to the coach, as she goes through. She's going to ask her just for a little bit more. Wants to try, got to try and set the absolute quickest time she can here. There's a number of heats to follow. And it's going to give the rest of the riders or the coaches a good idea of how to try and set their schedules. Goes through with 1 lap to go, 3:24.5. So a bit of work to do down the back straight. Still nice and smooth. As her opponent, Nina Worrell, she'll go into the back straight this time and receive the bell as Madeline will come up. And she will stop the clock at 3:43.418. Fastest time for now. Get behind the New Zealand rider as she comes into the home straight. Half a lap to go here for a rider from New Zealand. Moving nicely. Trying to set a personal best is all you can really hope for as a rider when you go out onto the track in the junior 19 ranks. Whatever happens, try and set your best time. 4:04.333 for Nina Worrell. Welcome in the home straight. Another one of our New Zealand riders, 159. That's Shayla Sayers. And in the back straight, rider 169 is Megan Moore. We're away in Heat 3. My apologies for the wrong announcements. Hannah Payne from New Zealand in the home straight and Leonie Vanderberg in the back straight. Getting underway now. So apologies to the families listening at home and those in the grandstand for making that error. Hannah Payne from New Zealand, Leonie Vanderberg, Australia. Both underway. This heat number 3 of the junior women's 19s. Individual pursuit, 3:43.418, the time to beat at the moment. And that's Madeline Wasserbach from Australia, the fastest time so far. Hannah Payne moving very nicely down the back straight here. She'll have 3 to go when she comes into the home straight. Leonie van der Berg goes into the back straight this time. Hannah Payne. Leonie van der Berg moving very nicely as well. Fastest time out on the track at the moment from van der Berg in the South Australian Sports Institute colours. Making the South Australian coach do some running here this morning from one side of the track to the other, looking after riders. But van der Berg, no surprise the surname in the national championships over the last several years in the junior ranks for Leonie. Into the back straight this time. Just been asked for a little bit more from the coach. 2 laps to go for both riders. Bell lap this time for Leonie van der Berg. She still goes through. 3:41 so far for her as she goes through. 3:41 is what we're looking for. 3:41 is the fastest time there, Leonie van der Berg. 3:41.096. Quickest time so far. As Hannah Payne comes through. Going to stop the clock. 4:05.446. So we welcome in the home straight from New Zealand. This is Shayla Sayers, and in the back straight, Australia, we have Megan Moore. Sayers and Moore away. This heat number 4 for our individual pursuiters. Nice quick start here from Sayers. She was in a position very nicely, very quickly. Both riders now right on top of their gear, right on top of the job at hand. Megan Moore just edging. Charlotte just ever so slightly here. She goes down the back straight through the first kilometre. Quickest time so far. That's the fastest start. 1:16.08 for Megan Moore. Charlotte Sayers It's on top of the gear. Looks like a little bit of a smaller gear there for the rider from New Zealand, as we're more, they're more traditional nowadays, that more traditional big gear rolling into the home straight, looking very smooth, no trouble at all here. A great position on the bike, head down low, flat back as she heads down the back straight. A tall rider. She's moving nicely, Megan Moore into the home straight in the trade team colours. Just start to, riders in the individual pursuit, they'll just start to, if they can get far enough ahead, they'll just start to see their opponent just out the top of the corner of their eye, the left eye, as they go through the bend. They'll just start to see this shape, and it really can do the confidence the world of good when you start to see that, just give you that little bit of a lift. Just as they come to the home straight, they'll just see their opponent leaving the straight. Moore goes through. She's still the fastest time. Really moving nicely here. Nice and smooth on the bike. She'll head to the back straight this time. Young Queenslander still nicely going here. Shayla Sayers, she's got herself up into the 4th fastest time though, so her ride is keeping her there and thereabouts in the mix. You want to try and get yourselves, obviously, as far up the leaderboard as you possibly can. It's the 3rd and 4th places that ride for the bronze medal. 1 and 2 will ride for the gold. And Shayla Sayers has moved herself up into 3rd place now, so she's coming home nicely. Megan Moore's got her measure. But Shayla Sayers, can she go that little bit quicker? Can she get herself a little bit further up the leaderboard? Give herself a little bit of a buffer before the final round comes out. She's still 3rd at this stage, outright, Shayla Sayers. This is a good ride. Megan Moore comes through with half a lap to go. Fastest time so far. Where's she going to finish off as she goes into the back straight? Megan Moore going to stop the clock. Second fastest in there, 3:41.206. Shayla Sayers goes to 4th, 3:45.49. Megan Moore just outside the time of Liani Vandenberg. It was a good ride. 0.11 the difference. Madeline Wasserbach is still in 3rd, but Shayla Sayers has moved herself up into 4th place over the top of Caitlin Rose. So we'll move on to heat number 5 now. We'll welcome in the back straight, rider 165. This is Anna Dubier. And in the home straight, we welcome rider 173, Ava Schmidtke. Heat number 5 underway nicely here. Both riders into their position. Anna Dubier, the rider in the New South Wales colours. Ava Schmidtke, one of the riders from South Australia, just in the all-black skin suit here today. Both riders, no stranger to the podium at national championships in the junior, over the last several junior years. So it should be a good competition between the two. Schmidtke comes through. She's got a couple of second lead at the moment over the top of Dubier. She's rolling the fastest time at the moment, that time being set by Liani Vanderberg and Megan Moore. Just 0.11 difference between the top two riders on the leaderboard at the moment. 341.096 is Vanderberg, and Megan Moore just 0.1 behind her. So good rides being seen here today. Close competition. But for now, Ava Schmidtke is showing the fastest time out on course. She goes through again, still showing the fastest time through respective time checks. Dubier down in 6th position at the moment. A little bit of work to fight back on for her. Ava Schmidtke will get Dubier in sight now. Just something to fight on. They'll still be paying a lot of attention to the coach. The coach will be telling them exactly how fast they're going each lap. But as a rider, as you can imagine, when you start to see the tail end of your opponent, it's going to give you that lift. And the coach is going to ask them to go out and get them. 4 laps to go. 1,000 metres left to run. 2:25.163 for Ava as she goes through there. So she's moving nicely. She's estimated on the inside of the time. Fastest time so far. Ashan Kudinov, the coach there. Australian Junior Cycling Team coach and South Australian coach, giving all the information to Ava as she goes, just asking for a little bit more. She'll come up this time and get 2 laps to go, and she's won't be far off from the catch to Anna Dubier. Schmidtke really starting to lift. Comfortably looking at being well inside the 3:40 time slot here as she comes through the bend. Let's get behind Ava Schmidtke. This is going to be the fastest ride of the day so far. Probably sitting around a 33, 34 at the moment, the way she's moving. Really starting to just wrestle the bike down the back straight. This has been a tough ride, a top ride as well. Dubier will hear the bell. She's going a little bit quicker, got herself up into fifth, but here comes Ava into the home straight. We're going to stop the clock at 3:36.151 for Ava Schmidtke. A nice piece of riding there. And a Dubier will head down the back straight, and she will stop the clock at 3:47.656 in 6th place. So a new fastest time, top of the leaderboard, Ava Schmidtke. So we've got one more heat to go. Junior Women's 19 individual pursuit qualifying. In the back straight. Over from New Zealand, we welcome Sophie Maxwell. In the home straight from Australia, we welcome Amelie Sanders.
Sophie Maxwell. She's faster than
Is she? Where's she from?
New Zealand.
Stressful.
Glenn. 30 seconds.
You on? No, no? Tell me to be on the thing?
Can you put it to the juice, you know?
Got it?
10 seconds.
Underway in the final qualifying ride here, the Junior Women's 19 individual pursuit. Amelie Sanders in the home straight, Sophie Maxwell starting in the back straight. Sophie Maxwell seems to have a problem with the bike there. So the mechanical, it looks like, for the rider from New Zealand, but Sanders is still underway. So Sophie Maxwell wrestles the bike off to the middle, off to the blue duckboard of the track. find out what the issue was there a little bit later, but now we have Emily Sanders out there. Jordan Kirby, her coach, on the inside of the track there. Former World Pursuit Champion, 2017. And mentoring and giving his coaching advice to riders in Queensland here. A great asset to the Queensland cycling community. As Emily Sanders moving nicely down the back straight. Nice and smooth on the bike. It's a fast time to beat, 3:36.151. Already set by Ava Schmidtke. First kilometre, 1:15.954. So it's a good start. Same sort of start that we saw from Liane Vanderberg and Megan Moore when they rode 3:41. The name of the game here is to get herself into the final. The gold and silver medal ride-off here.
I'll just leave it at flat. Oh, sitting down.
Yeah, she's in the base, the first day and then the second day, with the red and black.
Oh, yeah. Oh, didn't she? It's hard when it's first off.
What did she do?
Sanders, after a good start, just falling off the pace ever so slightly to the three fastest times so far. So it's 3:36, then 41, 41 and 43. Down in fourth place was Madeline Wasserbach. So Sanders is inside the top four. So she's sitting around the 41 mark at the moment. So a little bit of work to do over the second half, just trying to cement herself. She's got 4 laps to go this time, 1,000 metres. Now she's starting to ride into it. So just through the middle sections, just was starting to fall off the pace being set out there already today, but now starting to lift over the last couple of laps here, Sanders. 3 laps to go this time as she comes through. Have a look at the scoreboard. Second fastest time, so she's in front of the time of Vanderberg and Moore, trying to get herself into the silver medal ride-off, gold silver medal ride-off. Just let me look down in the track centre. I can see our New Zealand rider, Sophie Maxwell, ready to go. So it looks like the commissaires have accepted a mechanical there, so we're going to see Sophie Maxwell ride again by the looks of things, as we should, of course. So she'll be able to see all of the times done so far. So Sanders is going to have to really go over this last lap now. 1 lap to go. Second fastest time so far. So she's put herself exactly where she needs to be, trying to get herself up into that top 2 spots. There is going to be one rider still to come, but Sanders is going to finish off nicely here. Going to be inside the 41. Is she going to be inside for the fastest time of the day? Just outside, 3:36.916. Great piece of riding there from Emily Sanders. So Ava Schmidtke at the moment, 3:36.151. Quickest time, Emily Sanders, 3:36.916 for 2. Then Vanderberg and Moore, both on 41, 41.09, 41.206. But we're going to have Sophie Maxwell, after having a mechanical in her ride, she will now go to the back straight and she'll ride a individual time trial basically now to try and set the fastest time she possibly can. So still an opportunity to have that top 4 adjusted, as Sophie Maxwell, a New Zealand rider, will be underway shortly.
No. Xavier pulled a wheel in the time trial last year.
Pulled wheel doesn't count.
Yeah, okay. No, my chain came off.
So crashing's okay. Do you get back on? Right.
So Sophie Maxwell, she's underway. No problem with the bike this time, which is great to see. So Sophie Maxwell got the work to do ahead of her. Knows what time will put her into the top 4. 3:41 or better will get her into the top 4. 3:41.2 or better will get her into the top 4. She's got some work to do. So we look at the top times so far. 3:36.151 Ava Schmidtke. 3:36.916 for Emily Sanders. She's gone a little bit quicker than she did a couple of weeks ago at the Queensland Championships. Liani Vanderberg, 3:41.09. Megan Moore, 3:41.206. Sophie Maxwell heads down the back straight, past her starting line. No update on where she sits in the standings just at the moment on the scoreboard. Good position on the bike. A little bit ragged as she goes through the bend there, just running down onto the blue ever so slightly. 6th fastest time through the first kilometre, so she's got an opportunity to ride into this one. 6th fastest time of the day at the moment is Shayla Sayers, 3:45. So some work to do for Sophie, but it's not unusual for pursuiters to be a little bit off the pace in that first kilometre, especially if they can ride into the ride nice and strongly over the 2nd and 3rd kilometres here. Ava Schmidtke's time, 3:36.151, unofficially at the moment. The new Australian standard, new Australian record there for Ava Schmidtke, but we'll get confirmation of that as the day goes on. So unofficially, the fastest we've seen so far. Sophie Maxwell moving nicely. Have a look and see where her time is as she goes across the line this time. Still sitting in 6th fastest. So it's a nice solid ride midway through the pack. The home straight. How the world has changed. All of these riders, either in the junior 19s. Tens of thousands of dollars of technology that they're riding. Position perfect. Everything going for them here on the Anna Meares Velodrome, one of the fastest tracks in the world. We saw the Commonwealth Games and World Cups raced here in the last few years, and we saw some superb times being set here. Just dropping off the pace a little bit here, Soph. It's dropping down to about 7th at the moment, so she'll be looking for a big last 2.5 laps here. Try and get herself back up into that top 6. She'll go through the back straight this time and receive 2 laps to go. Back to being in 6th place here nicely, Sophie Maxwell. Let's get behind the New Zealand rider as she comes into the home straight. Those of you who are here with us in the crowd today, she's doing very nicely here. It's a tough ride to be going in the last seat, even tougher when you've had to have a mechanical and then come out by yourself. She'll hear the bell in the back straight this time, still sitting in 6th position, the young rider from New Zealand. Position hasn't changed too much, she's moving very nicely. It's a slight rocking of the head as the effort starts to show. That's Sophie Maxwell. She'll head to the back straight and we'll find out where she finishes off here. She'll end up in 7th place, 3:47.294 for Sophie Maxwell.
Okay.
So this is too low for the GoPro.
Move on to heat number 1 of the junior men's 19 individual pursuit qualifying. In the home straight, please welcome from Australia, Keely Kitkovics. And in the back straight, representing New Caledonia, please welcome Kirian Mutri.
Is that New Zealand?
Yeah, that's New
Very,
Zealand.
that's just like plain duck.
And I think you've got the New Caledonian rider.
Okay. Righto.
30 seconds.
So the first of our junior men 19 individual pursuit qualifying heats. Keely Kitfigovic from Australia in the home straight in the black skin suit up against Kieran Mutri of New Caledonia. He's moving nicely, the man from New Caledonia. Just a little bit of faster start there over the first few laps from Kieran. And now we'll see how they go. He's moving nicely, the man. A good contest between these two riders as they go round. New Caledonia still with the edge. As I've said before, always the tough ask to be the first ones out to set the times. New Caledonia, just a small country, just off the top of Queensland, really. Very well known for some great road cyclists who come out of New Caledonia over the years. And always been a great competitor in Oceania Championships. Those Oceania Championships taken place in New Caledonia over the years as well. But no indoor track over there these days, still with the outdoor concrete velodrome in New Caledonia. So that's why we see the championships predominantly held in New Zealand and Australia. But Kieran doing a good job here. Just got the edge over Keely. Not much between these two. It's a good contest. The New Caledonia rider comes into the home straight. Still just got the edge over the top of Keely. We'll go back through. There'll be 3 laps to go for both riders this time. Coach Jordan Kirby just yelling the times as he goes through here for Keely. One of our another one of our Queensland riders. So Kieran Mutri still leads the way down the back straight. It's a good solid ride here from the rider from New Caledonia. Kitfigovic hanging on. But the rider from New Caledonia just started to ride away with this one. Lap and a half to go for him. Great position on the bike as he heads down towards the back straight. You'll hear the bell this time. So Mutri setting himself up nicely here, sort of in the mid 35, 36 sort of range. Seems to be lifting ever so slightly. Must be a little bit longer, maybe at 38 as they go to the line. 3:37.566 for Kieran Mutri from New Caledonia. 3:41.344 for Keely Kitfigovic. Move on to our next heat. We welcome in the home straight Ben Crawford, into the back straight Robert Turnbull. Crawford goes through 1:11.356 for the first 1,000 metres, moving nicely. Robert Turnbull just off the pace to that of Crawford at the moment. Both riders still looking very, very smooth on the bikes as they'll go through. 7 to go for each rider this time. Fastest time so far, 3:37.566. And the rider from New Caledonia, Kieran Mutri. Nothing between these two now as they'll come up with about 5.5 laps to go. Both riders. Turnbull starting to just edge his way back a little bit into this one. Crawford still leads. 0.7 of a second quicker, thereabouts. Turnbull trying to get back here. He's got a little bit of time to do it as well. So it's going nicely. Ben Crawford, though, he still leads ever so slightly now as it starts to come down the gap between the two riders. 0.4 of a second. Ben Crawford leads Robert Turnbull. 3.5 laps to go. They're almost dead level now. Some work to do still for Turnbull. Crawford's got to hang on. He's got to have 3 laps to go this time. It looks like he's trying to start to lift here. Head just out, starting to tilt to the left-hand side as the pressure comes on. Still got the edge here. Ben Crawford will come into the home straight. 2 laps to go. 500 metres of the track, and it looks like Crawford really starting to lift now. Really starting to ask himself a little bit more. 0.8 of a second, so it's gone from 0.4 out to 0.8 here between these two riders. Crawford finishing on nicely, lifting the pace when he needed to. He's going to hear the bell this time through when he comes through the home straight. Looking for the fastest time of the day. He's been slightly ahead of the splits. So Crawford's going to finish with the fastest time so far today. Can he get inside the 3:30 mark? 3:29.783. Yes, he can, and a great ride in the end from Robert Turnbull as well. 3:31.329. The 2 fastest times so far, heat number 2. So Ben Crawford, fastest time, 3:29.783 for now. Move on to the next heat. Home straight, we welcome Oliver Clark from New Zealand, and backstraight Australia, Zachary Douglas Savage. So Douglas Savage starting out very nicely here. A little bit quicker starter over the first 500 metres here. The Queenslander against Oliver Clark. Into position nicely, moving very nicely down the back straight is Zach Douglas Savage. Zach goes to the back straight this time. Find out how he's travelling. Travelling fastest time out on track at the moment. The fastest time so far has been set by Ben Crawford, 3:29.783. Zach Douglas Savage is moving quicker than that at the moment, according to our scoreboard and intermediate time checks. Moving very nicely indeed. Oliver Clark, he's still going nicely. Nice smooth position on the bike, but Zach's got him in his sights now. Use him as a real carrot to try and chase down the back straight here as he's got 5 laps to go. Nice position on the bike here from Zach as well. The orange helmet, big aerodynamic POC helmet. Just now starting to move himself a little bit in the saddle. It's the first sign of anything about his position. Just changing ever so slightly. Gone through 2:16.096 for the first 2,000 metres. There's a big look up onto the scoreboard as he goes through. Try and break that habit as he goes through the ranks. But moving nicely. Trying to get himself inside 3:29. He's on for that at the moment. Come round to this time with 2.5 laps to go for the Queenslander. He's going to reel in Oliver Clark. Two laps to go for Oliver. Lap and a half for Zach as he goes through. Oliver Clark still doing the 4th fastest time of the day. Some work to do up around the outside, try and get a little bit of a run off the banking as he'll get the bell. 3:06 with a lap to go there for Zach. Short 21s on the board here. Short 21s for Zach as he goes into the last part of the ride. 21, 22, going to stop the clock. 23, 5:84, fastest time of the day. Oliver Clark's going to come round. He was 4th fastest with a lap to go. He's going to stop the clock. 3:33, 4:97, still remains 4th. So good ride, Zach Douglas Savage. 3:23, 5:84. To welcome our next heat out onto the track. The home straight will welcome Joshua Grieve. In the back straight, we welcome Kirill Mutri. So New Zealand versus New Caledonia for this one. So Joshua Grieve in the home straight, getting himself underway. And this is Kirill Mutri. Saw his brother ride already. He rode a good time, 3:37. So another one of our New Caledonia riders here. And he's out to a fast start as well, just as we saw with his brother earlier. Nice fast start from the New Caledonian rider. Moving nicely. Joshua Grieve. Otago into the home straight this time. Looking smooth, setting the pace. Just trailing off the pace a little bit at the moment as where Mutri got himself up into that top 2 or 3 positions already. We'll see where Moutri is as he goes through the start-finish for him this time. 4th fastest now. So settling into his pace. 4th and 8th fastest of what we've seen so far here this morning. Moutri goes through, riding into this one nicely, up to the 2nd place at the moment. Both riders just starting to climb the leaderboard as Greaves gone from 8 to 6. Moutri's gone from 4 to 2. Head down the back straight this time. Still the 2nd fastest time with 5 laps to go for Moutri, so he's got himself moving very nicely here. Fastest time of the day, we've just seen it. Zachary Douglas Savage. 3:23.584. Great ride here by Moutri, but looking at the ride of Josh Grieve, he is really starting to motor over this last few laps. Really starting to move. Oh. Oh. So unlucky for Josh Grieve. He was really starting to move then. 1 lap to go now for Kirill Moutri. Sitting himself in around about the 2nd fastest time at the moment. Moutri is so lucky to have not clipped the bike of Josh Grieve. Moutri will go to the back straight. He'll stop the clock. 2nd fastest time of the day so far, 3:27.645. Very unlucky for Josh Grieve. He was really starting to come home there. So riders just stand down. There will be a track repair. There'll be a track repair before the next heat. Chief Commissaire Greg Griffiths standing in the spot. And Josh Grieve will get a restart in his ride. So he's had a mechanical as part of that crash, according to the Chief Com. It's going to be a tough day out. The effort's already been made, so wait on the track repair crew. For those of you who are watching us on Oz Cycling YouTube channel, chance to go and get a drink and have a break, and we won't be too far away. welcome our next heat out onto the line. In the back straight, we welcome Kyle Paris. And in the home straight, Jacques O'Neill. So Jacques O'Neill from the Peel District Cycling Club away in the home straight. His opponent, Kyle Paris, one of our New Zealand riders. Made the Te Awamutu, made the effort to come across to Queensland for the Oceania Championships. There's a lot of expense involved with these junior 19 riders competing at the Oceania Championships, so great to see. Fastest time of the day, 3:23.584. Zach Douglas Savage. He's a great ride as well. So he sits top of the leaderboard, looking to try and get himself into top 4 positions here today. Jacques O'Neill travelling third fastest time at the moment through this first kilometre, which gives us a good gauge of how they're travelling. But as we've seen in the individual pursuit, it's the second kilometre and the third kilometre. The world can change so rapidly. Third and sixth fastest, 1:11.664 for Jacques O'Neill as he goes through, still leading Kyle Paris. It was a big week of racing for all of our track endurance and sprint riders this week. 5 days of racing ending on Saturday afternoon here, Saturday evening even. There are para championships as well. We've got scratch races on their way this morning. Now we'll come to the home straight. 5 laps to go for the rider in the home straight, Jacques O'Neill. He's got himself up into the second fastest time position at the moment. Kyle Paris is in the 5th fastest time at the moment, moving nicely. Both riders looking very smooth. Good aerodynamic position from Kyle Paris. Got the head tucked down, close as he possibly can to his hands. Jacques O'Neill, beautiful pedaling style as he heads down the back straight. Nice and smooth. We'll come through this time with 3 laps to go for Jacques O'Neill. Have a look up onto the scoreboard. Still the second fastest time at the moment, so he's got himself somewhere between Douglas Savage, who did 3:23, and Kirill Moutri, who's done 3:27 here this morning. Very fast cyclist on the road in the sprint finishes, Jacques O'Neill, so we'll be looking to see a big finish here over the last 500 metres. Just falling off the pace ever so slightly though, behind the time of Kirill Moutri. Moutri is 3:27.645. Ben Crawford's the next best, 3:29.783. He's going to get the bell this time, Jacques O'Neill. Still taking time out of Kyle Paris. Sets himself in 3rd position at the moment. Looking for a big finish over the last half lap here. Kyle Paris, half a lap to go. Jacques O'Neill comes into the home straight. Going to stop the clock at 3:27.891. That will be the 3rd fastest time so far here this morning. 3:31.311 for Kyle Paris. 3rd and 5th respectively there. We move on to heat number 6. We welcome in the back straight Lachlan Walters, and in the home straight Hunter Dalton. Queensland versus New Zealand here between the boys. We will see Josh Grieve get a re-ride. He's been able to fix the bike. It was a mechanical that caused the crash, so Josh Grieve, New Zealand, will be having a restart at the end of the final round. So both riders away. Nice clean start from both riders here. Zach Douglas Savage, the fastest time still, 3:23.5. It's a nice ride by him. He's put himself into a nice position because 27s and 29s all on the leaderboard. So he's sitting quite happy in the hot seat at the moment. Quick start from both of these riders as we go round. Hunter Dalton just with the edge at the moment over Lachie Walters. We'll see how they're travelling through the kilometre when they get to that point. First 3 laps just completed now. Dalton, fastest start so far, and Walters second fastest, so definitely the fastest kilometre start from both of these guys. Let's see how they ride into the next couple of kilometres as Dalton comes into the home straight. This is a big start here. Nice quick time. Around 1:08. Just 1:08.5 as he went through. Our scoreboard not giving us the stop time, but here he comes. Dalton into the home straight again. The scoreboard just playing games for the commentator and the spectators in the crowd, not keeping us up to date. Dalton leads Lachlan Walters though, and leads him nicely at the moment, settling down in. He's definitely had the fastest 1,000-metre time. Now the scoreboard tells us he's the fastest time. He's got a good lead over Lachie Walters, but Lachie Walters' time still got him into the top 2. So both of these rides putting themselves where they need to be, as high up the leaderboard as they possibly can before the rest of competition goes. Dalton down the back straight, 4.5 laps to go for him. Walters starting to come home nicely here. The Queenslander on the home track advantage. Walters will go through with 4 laps to go, going through 2:14 at the moment. So he's certainly got himself rolling nicely to get inside, or well, inside the time of 2:27. 2:23 is the time to beat. So he's got some work to do over the final kilometre, as Lachie Walters is lifting nicely here. The Queenslander into the home straight. He's getting his way back towards Lachie Walters here. Lachie Walters, sorry, getting his back towards Hunter Dalton. Dalton goes through slightly ahead of Walters. Not much between these two, 1.5 laps to go. Walters now, I think, has got himself just in front of the time of Dalton. Both riders looking for the top spot here. Walters certainly ahead. 3:04 at 1 to go, 3:05. So Walters looking to get himself to the top of the leaderboard outright here. And I think he's going to do it as well, moving very nicely as he heads through the bend. 16, 17, 18, 23 is to beat, 21 on the clock, 20.568, 22.833. They both go 1 and 2, but Walters, the Queenslander, will put himself at number 1. Nice piece of riding. We welcome heat number 7 out onto the track now. On the back straight, we welcome Sterling Jarnell. And on the home straight, we welcome Jonas Shelverton. Both riders underway nicely. 3:20.568 is the time to beat. Time to get yourself up into the number 1 spot. Lockie Walters is the rider who sits at the top of the table for now. Good start between these two riders. Nothing between them over this first couple of laps. Scoreboard showing the second and third fastest time between the two. Jarnell, the New Zealander, just a little bit ahead of Shelverton. Nothing between it though, click of the fingers. Nothing to speak of really. Shelverton now goes to the top spot at the end of the first kilometre. As I say, nothing between the two. Shelverton comes into the home straight, just coming back onto his schedule nicely. 1:24.697. These two still showing the two fastest times of the day, according to our scoreboard. Lockie Walters did 3:20. Hunter Dalton did 3:22. Then we got Zach Douglas Savage on 3:23, and then Moutri on 3:27. They're the top 4 at the moment. They're the ones in the hot seats to be able to ride for the medals. The way these two riders are setting up, two of those riders are in jeopardy of missing out on the gold medal and silver medal ride, as well as the bronze medal ride-off. Sterling Jarnell just falling off the pace a little bit now, though, as Shelverton just adjusting himself in the saddle, and he's just getting faster and faster. He's being asked for a little bit more from coach Matt Gilmore there on the track centre. Jarnell just falling away to 4th fastest at the moment. So a lot of work to do over the last kilometre here. And the man from New Zealand, Shelverton, riding very nicely, still showing the number 1 against his name on the leaderboard, heading in the back straight nicely. He's got 2.5 laps to go in the white skin suit. Into the home straight this time. Coach walks towards him, just pointing to where the line is, wants a little bit more from him. He has a look to see where his opponent is. Still the fastest time out on track. Hanging on to it, rocking and rolling with the shoulders. Jarnell fighting on nicely. 1 lap to go now for Shelverton. Scoreboard still showing him as the fastest time. Could be the first rider to get well inside that 3:20 mark here. Rocking and rolling of the shoulders here. It's a good ride here. 5th fastest for Jarnell, but Shelverton's going to come to the home straight. Going to get inside 20, no trouble at all. 3:17.643 for Jonas Shelverton. Jarnell going to just miss out on the top 4, just inside. Just outside there for Jarnell, 5th fastest. But 3:17.643 for Jonas Shelverton. Put your hands together, fastest time of the day so far. And 3:24.502 for Sterling Jarnell. So we've got 2 heats to go now in the junior men's individual pursuit qualifying. We welcome the back straight this time, Thomas Waits, and in the home straight, Alex Hughes. Underway now in our penultimate heat, junior men's individual pursuit qualifying. Alex Hughes, the Queenslander, starting in the home straight. His opponent is Thomas Waits. Good start by both riders. Waits showing number one on the leaderboard for now. Going very nicely indeed. Nice, powerful, strong, fast start here from Thomas. Have a look and see what the times are as I go through the first 1,000 metres. 1:07.866 for Waits, fastest time of the day. Hughes, fourth fastest for the moment. Thomas Waits going very nicely indeed. Good way to start the bike race. Well and truly up on top of the gear. Good position out on that bike as well. He's moving nicely. Another one of our riders from the Balmoral Cycling Club. Going nice as he comes into the home straight this time. Nice advantage over Alex Hughes. Start to get him in sight as he heads down the back straight. Still the quickest time of the day, and the quickest time of the day is very fast, 3:17.643 for Jonas Shelverton. So Waits heads into the back straight. See where he is sitting again. Still sitting at the fastest time so far as he gets 1,000 metres to go. Gone through with 2:10 with 4 laps to go, so he's looking to get inside the time with 3:17.643. So looking for the rolling 1.6 kilometre here over the last 1,000 metres for Tom Waits. Alex Hughes has got himself back up into the second fastest time, so his ride is still very nice indeed. Waits just going that little bit better here this morning. A lap and a half to go for Tom Waits. Can he get himself to the top spot here? As Alex Hughes is fighting on nicely. Both these riders 1 and 2. As far as our scoreboard is concerned, this is a great piece of riding here. Hughes really coming back to the ride of Tom Waits here. Hughes finishing very quickly indeed. He'll come into the home straight. There's not going to be too much in between this. It may even change, indeed it will. Oh, just 3:15.148 for Alex Hughes. What a finish. Tom Waits, 3:15.489. He led the whole way, but Alexander Hughes, take a bow. That last 3 laps were sensational. Puts himself to the top of the leaderboard, 3:15.148. Tom Waits, great ride, 3:15.489 with just 1 heat to come. We move on to our final heat of our junior men's individual pursuit qualifying, heat number 9. Welcome to the track in the back straight, Sam Washington. In the home straight, Toby Jones. Toby Jones gets himself underway. The Queensland Academy of Sport colours, and Sam Washington in the colours of the West Australian Institute of Sport. Both riders no stranger to the podium at national championships here in the junior ranks. Got some work to do though. 3:15.148, 3:15.489 are the top two times. Third fastest at the moment, 3:17.643. Jonas Shelverton. So both riders some work to do here to get themselves up into the top two, but this is the final heat. Go through the back straight, nothing between the two. Third and fourth fastest times in this first kilometre so far. So they're there and thereabouts. It's a fair bit of work to do over the last, well, through the middle stages. Second and third now, both riders riding into the pace nicely here. 108.4, 108.5, nothing between the two of them. So they're right on track to be near that 3:15 marker. No trouble at all. Big advantage being able to ride in the final heat. Washington slightly ahead of Toby Jones now. But as I've said before, just a click of the fingers between the two riders, nothing between them at all. Washington travelling in second, Jones in third. Just going to have to be solid through this second kilometre. Try and lift and bring it home towards the end of the third kilometre here. Now Toby Jones starting to ride into this that little bit better. He's got 4.5 laps to go as he goes down the back straight. Washington with a little bit of work to do here to go with Jones, because he is starting to lift Toby Jones. Starting to move very nicely through the home straight, still showing the second fastest time of the day. However, the fastest time is 15.14, the second fastest is 15.48, so there's nothing between the two fastest times at the moment. Jones goes through, now goes to the number one spot on our leaderboard. Washington in third. So that puts him quite nicely in around the top 3-4 places. Jones really starting to motor down the back straight now. He'll come into the home straight. 1 lap to go, receives the bell, fastest time so far. He's going to be down very close to around the 11s and 12s here, Jones, as he moves into the back straight. Toby Jones, how fast can he really go here? We have a look at the scoreboard, 10, 11, 12, 12.259 for Toby Jones. What a great ride. Washington will go across in fourth place with an opportunity at the moment to keep himself in the top 4 placings. We've still got one ride to come. But Toby Jones, great ride. 3:12.259. Big round of applause for him. We have one more rider to come. This will be the restart of rider 129, Joshua Grieve, the New Zealander. Crashed in qualifying earlier, so he's got another opportunity. He crashed with just over a lap to go, so a big effort has already been made. Washington sits in fourth. Toby Jones, big ride, 3:12.259. Joshua Grieve gets himself underway. Big task ahead of him here. already had a very big ride here this morning. And mechanical and crashed, unfortunately, towards the end of his ride, just when he was starting to get on top of things against his opponent. So he was a little bit slower starter than everybody else at the start of the day. However, he really started to motor home in the last 4 to 5 laps of his ride earlier today. So it's good that he's getting the opportunity. As I say, this young man has already predominantly done a ride at the start of the program, and now he's being asked to step up and do it again. So hats off to this young man. There's a lot of courage being shown here by the young New Zealander as he comes through. Josh Grieve comes through with 7 laps to go, unsurprisingly, with the effort that's already been made here this morning. Because when he did his ride earlier this morning, he was well and truly up into top 5 or 6 times, no trouble at all. But after the mishap, he wants to set the time, wants to be able to go home with a time that's been set at the Oceania Championships. Very important for all these riders. Come through this time, 5 laps to go. And what we saw from him earlier in this round was around this time he really started to lift. He really started to motor home over the last 1.5 kilometres of the journey. So give this man a big cheer at the home straight. He's got 1,000 metres to go. This is his second effort here this morning. Goes through 2:23 there with 4 laps to go. Josh Grieve coming through, 3 laps to go. Coming out of Otago, showing a lot of courage to get back out. See, he's starting to lift through the times as well. He was at 16th, he's just starting to lift ever so slightly up the leaderboard as he goes through, finishing off faster than he started. 2 laps to go now, up to 15th. So, seeing the same process from Josh here. Obviously a very fast finisher when it comes to the individual pursuiting. Come through this time to receive the bell lap. Gone from 15th to 13th, so missed out on seeing the absolute best of Josh here this morning due to the crash. But he's showing a great deal of courage. Get behind this young man as he comes into the home straight. Ladies and gentlemen, he deserves a big round of applause. He's going to come through, he's going to stop the clock, 12th position in the end. A lot of courage being shown there by Josh Grieve. Well done. So, complete change of pace now. We move back to our sprint rounds. This is event number 5, and this is the Junior Women 19 sprint rounds. Round number 1. First rider will go straight to the quarterfinals, and we welcome the number 1 qualifier, Ebony Robinson. Her opponent is Sadie Scott. So Robinson rolls away, drew number 1 position. Fastest qualifier here this morning. So round 1 of the sprints, the fastest qualifiers always want to try and get this done as smoothly, as cleanly as possible, so they can just get on with thinking about the quarterfinals. Can't go to sleep though. One-on-one racing, have to be paying attention. Even though you're the fastest qualifier and you're also got the measure of your opponent, one-on-one racing can change everything, as we've seen from time to time over the years. Doesn't matter who it is. We saw the likes of Sir Chris Hoy and Matthew Gleitzer get caught out in round 1s in major competitions throughout their careers. Both world sprint champion. Robinson keeping a good eye on her opponent in Scott. Hold in the middle of the track. Only giving her one opportunity. You have to come round me if you want to get to the front. Robinson just controlling affairs. Good piece of riding here. She knows she's the faster rider, but she's making full advantage of the fact that she drew the number 1 position. And just too strong, too powerful down the back straight for Zadie Scott. And Robinson will go through into the quarterfinals. Move on to heat number 2 of round 1. Welcome to the track, Emily Watch on the 178 and Hazel Gardner on the 174. Emily Watch, the faster of the 2 qualifiers between these 2 riders. Only a walking pace needed. The lead rider in this one, Emily Watch, it's rolled away quite slowly. So Hazel Gardner just moving up around the outside of it ever so slightly, not prepared to take the lead position. Emily Watch just holding her up a little bit here. A fair bit of work being done here by Emily in the round 1. Hazel Gardner though, equal to the task of the tactics. She now finds herself on the front leading. Sprint rounds, try everything you possibly can when you go up against your opponent, but if you've got the faster legs, always the best bet to try and keep them the best possible shape you possibly can for the next round. Just get the job done in the early rounds. Come to the home straight. Hazel Gardner leads the way. Emily Watch, she was so fast in qualifying, 2nd fastest of the day. She has to get herself around the outside. Showing a lot of confidence here, Emily, as she goes up around the outside. Does it nicely. Emily Watch is going to take out this one and she'll find herself into the quarterfinals as well. On to heat number 3 now. Welcome to the track, rider 151, Ella Liang, and rider 171, Victoria Smith. Ella Liang, the 3rd fastest qualifier here this morning. Tactics being played out between these two riders. They know each other very, very well. Nice and slow on the banking. No straightforward sprinting through this round 1. Fastest qualifiers. Quite happy to take on the tactical element of the ride. Saw Ebony Robinson in heat number 1 of round 1. Got on with the job, made sure she got through. Emily Watts and Ella Liang taking more of a tactical approach here, showing full respect to their opponents. Liang leads in front of Victoria Smith as they come up to get 1 lap to go this time. Not a lot of pace on from the front, but Ella Liang controlling affairs nicely here, still having a look over the shoulder, now sits down and gets on with it down the back straight. Into the 200. Ella Liang leads as they come up to the 100. Victoria Smith's going to fight her to the line though. Ella Liang just accelerating comfortably. Has a look over the shoulder. Oh, there was nothing in it when they went to the line. Ella Liang, just from what I could see. And Ella Liang takes the victory by half a tyre, half a wheel in the end. But, wasn't really aware of the speed that Victoria Smith was coming home at. So Ella Liang will go through to the quarterfinals. It's a good one, it's a good learning one for the following rounds. Got the speed, use it. Victoria Smith, she took her on. That was a good ride. Welcome our next 2 riders out onto the track. This will be rider 162 is Maddie Smith. Her opponent will be Olivia Wright. Olivia Wright leads down the back straight in the black skin suit, Balmoral Cycling Club. Going up against Maddie Smith, who's in the Queensland state colours for this week. Olivia Wright in the black. She was the faster of the 2 qualifiers between these 2 riders, so keeping a good eye on where Maddie is here. Just holding the bottom of the track. No stalling tactics for this one. Pace up very quickly. Olivia Wright leads from Maddie Smith as they come through with 1 lap to go. This is a strong ride from the front at the moment from Olivia Wright. Madison Smith right up on the wheel. Hasn't given us much room to be able to slingshot past here out of the saddle. Can't do much about it at the moment. Olivia Wright knew the tactic. She knew she had the strength. Has a look over the shoulder, gets a little bit sideways, but she'll take out take out the ride. I was going to say take out ride number 1. 1 ride's all they need for round 1. Olivia Wright will go through to the quarterfinals. Welcome our next heat up on to the line of round number 1. The ACT colours, we have rider 157. This is Natasha Sitsky. Her opponent from New Caledonia is Louise Shavitz. Sitsky drew number 1 spot. She's also the faster of the 2 in qualifying. The winner goes through to the quarterfinals. This is where you start to see a few more tactics employed as we start to go through the list of riders. 5 versus 12 here, 6 versus 11 as we go through. So times start to get a little bit closer in the qualifying. And Sitsky wasn't too worried about where she was. So now Shavitz, the whistles around the track. She had a bit of a gap there. Sitsky is prepared to lay off. Now, how was the confidence? The confidence was pretty good and looks pretty good still down the back straight here from Sitsky. She's going to make herself work for it though. They come up with 1 lap to go. Natasha Sitsky, she knew what she was doing. She knew what she was capable of. Anyway, down the back straight now, Sitsky, she's going to get herself through to the quarterfinals. It's a good tactic though by Shavitz. She saw an opportunity, so she took it. But Natasha Sitsky, she will go through into the quarterfinals. We'll see Louise race in other events as the week goes on. Welcome our next heat out onto the track. Rider 160, the Victorian colours, is Hope Harnety. And rider 176 is Milan Bradshaw in the Queensland colours. This is the 3rd to last heat in our junior women's 19 sprint rounds. After this, we'll have the junior men's sprint rounds. Then we'll be moving on to the women's teams pursuit qualifying before we have a break, but a few more races to go before we have about a 30-minute break today. Long days of competition each day this week here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. All the Olympic disciplines on show, all the championships that we race at, World Championships as well. So plenty of racing to see, to watch, to get involved in. Joining us on YouTube, the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the action. If you know of anyone who feels they might be missing out, drop the link to 1 or 2 people. Drop it to a couple of hundred, a couple of thousand, as many people as we can watching the Oz Cycling channel YouTube lead, as these 2 riders come to the home straight at this time. Hope Harnety leading the way. Harnety with Bradshaw up on the hip, couldn't quite get round at first. Now Harnety leads down the back straight, both riders out of the saddle. Just trying to get round the outside is Bradshaw to Harnedy. Harnedy too strong at the bottom of the track by the looks of it. Has a look over the shoulder, sits up and turns off the gas. Hope Harnedy will go through to the quarterfinals comfortably in the end. Move on to our next heat of round number one. We welcome rider 167 onto the track. This is Paige Squire. Her opponent just strapping herself into the bike is rider 155, Piper Newton. Piper leads away at the bottom of the track. New Zealand versus Australia here. Piper Newton, New Zealand rider, and Paige, the Australian, as they head down the back straight. So this is 7th qualifiers versus 10th here. So a little bit closer competition. We've seen some good rides so far. Closest one we saw was Ellie Liang's win, so it doesn't matter how far away you are in qualifying, it all comes down to the rider versus rider. Ella got through comfortably in the end. Piper leads Paige down the back straight. Green skin suit stands out nicely. We'll come up with one lap to go this time. Piper Newton out of the saddle, getting underway. Paige Squire gains some height, trying to get the run off the banking. Meanwhile, Piper was riding away from them. They hit the back straight now, though. Good tactic by Paige. She got on top of the gear nicely. Up round the outside, no trouble at all. Paige Squire. She will take that one out and go to the quarterfinals. So nice piece of riding there from Paige. Just the one heat to come now. Junior women's 19s sprint round number one. First rider goes through to the quarterfinals. Everyone else we'll see in the other sprint events as the week goes on. We've got the time trial, the Kieran team sprint. Rider 154 is Minnie Collins. And her opponent, rider 156. Is Alana Lake. This is the final round. Winner straight through to the quarterfinal. So Alana Lake leads the way, up above the blue stars line as we call it. Keeping a good eye on where Minnie Collins is. Sprinters, let's just try and keep the rider slightly above them so they can see where they are, and be able to react up or down the track if they sit in the middle of the track. That's the reason they do it in these sprint rounds. Rider in second starts to drop down, then can accelerate away and drop down with them, come up high. Riding here from Minnie Collins, laying off a little bit as they come to the home straight. Alana Lake going to take full advantage of that. Collins uses the bank to get a speed up. She's got to get a speed up, get into the slipstream, and then get round as quickly as she can as they go into the back straight, because Alana Lake's doing a great ride here, and this is 8 versus 9. Minnie Collins was the faster qualifier, so tactics are playing a big part in this one. And Alana Lake's going to take that out and reverse the seedings, and she'll put herself into the quarterfinals. Nice piece of riding. Moving straight on to our men's 19, junior men 19 sprint round number 1. The first 3 heats, however, our 3 fastest qualifier. Alex Schuler, the fastest qualifier this morning. He gets a bye on round 1. Mitchell Louis, he gets a bye on round 2. And Flynn Underwood, he'll get a bye on round number 3. Didn't quite have the 16 in qualifying. So we move straight on to round number 4, and we'll be welcoming rider 133, Patrick May. His opponent, rider 119, is Leighton Riley. So Leighton Riley is drawn front position, he'll lead away. Patrick May was the 4th fastest qualifier here this morning, so he'll be the fastest of the qualifiers that we'll actually see in round number 1. There's our top 3. We've got the advantage of having a bye for this round. Have to go at walking pace for this first half lap. You see the commissaire walking with them. Nicely on the cusp of that walking pace here as Leighton leads Patrick. Patrick just backing into the pedals, giving himself a bit more room here, just seeing what Leighton's prepared to do. And Leighton's quite happy just to slightly build the pace. Patrick thinking better of it now because Leighton's spotted the problem, spotted the possible advantage here. Gets underway with it, but he had a look over the shoulder. It's given Patrick May a very big advantage to get straight back up into the slipstream. Leighton Riley wasn't fully committed, so May takes full advantage and gets himself into position up around the outside. Remember, this is the 4th qualifier, fastest qualifier in Patrick May, 4th versus 13th, and Patrick will go through to the quarterfinals quite comfortably. Next heat, heat number 5. This will be rider 115, Chris Mullins, up against rider 120, Angus Withington. So Queensland versus the ACT here at the Oceania Track Championships. Remember, if you're sitting in the grandstand, you know people around Australia who are missing out on watching, just drop them a line. The Oz Cycling YouTube channel is where they can catch the action. We're so lucky in the summer of cycling these days. We've got so many different places where we see the cycling. Channel 7 with Tour Down Under, SBS On Demand with the National Championships. Melbourne to Warrnambool at the weekend. Great vision on SBS On Demand through the PSL League. And now on the track, on the cycling YouTube channel, so plenty of ways to watch. Some of us just need to have the opportunity to be directed to those channels. So head down the back straight. We've got Chris Mullins leading the way in front of Withington. All the pace on. Withington showing some great nerve there, just running nice and slowly at the top of the banking. Full advantage here. They use the height of the banking through that bend out. It starts to pull up on the start and finish line. Mullins just backing into Withington nicely. Good tactics being employed here. 5th versus 12th. But not too much between them. Less than a click of the fingers between these two riders when they're racing in the qualifying. Mullins, no pace on at the front as they come up to a lap and a half to go now. Withington takes full advantage. Not enough pace on from Mullins. Withington gets himself up round the outside. Starts to build the gear nicely. Has a look over the shoulder. Didn't want to be fully committed, a lap and a bit out. But now he knows he's got the lead, and then down the back straight they go. Mullins with a lot of work to do, but a big look over the shoulder here from Withington. Not what you'd expect. So he's had a big look, but he had a big lead. He looks again. Not a tactic to employ as life travels on. But Withington, he does enough. He does enough to make sure he's into the quarterfinals. Our next heat up onto the track now. Rider 116 is Sebastian Topping. Queensland colours. His opponent, rider 112, Nate Argent. So Seb's drawn top spot, leads away. Just keeping a good eye on Nate as they go through. These two guys know each other very well. Nate, the faster qualifier here this morning, as we've seen. It's one on one. Anything can happen in these rides. A piece of riding here from Seb, starting to build the pace up. Nate taking full advantage of the height of the banking, going to try and use that to get on top of the gear, and he does now, up around the outside. Nate Argent too strong, too fast at that point, up around the outside. But look at the ride from Seb Topping. He didn't quite get past him, and Seb's pushed back through the gap. Great piece of riding here. So much courage shown, and he's going to take himself through to the quarterfinals. Well done, Seb Topping. That was a great piece of riding. Nate Argent doing the gentlemanly thing, doing the thing you have to do. He couldn't close down on him because he wasn't quite past him. Most riders would back out in that situation, but Sebastian Topping did not, pushed his way through, and he finds himself in the quarterfinals. Great ride. Move on to heat number 7 now. 7 versus 10. Rider 127 coming out onto the track. This is Miles Preener. His opponent will be Luca Piat. South Australian Sports Institute colours. Some great sprinting here from our junior riders. We've got one more heat after this. This is right at 7 versus 10. Miles Preener, the faster of these two in qualifying, rolls away. New Zealand versus Australia. Such a superb competition, the Oceania Championships. Preener leads down the back straight. No pace on at all, keeping a good eye on where Luca is here. Slowing it right down. Pace starts to build a little bit as they come up with 2 to go. Luca Pyatt at the top. Miles Preener going to him, not wanting to let him ride past. All fair as they go down the back straight, just riding up to him. Still plenty of room to get around the outside. Good riding here from Luca, taking him on early. Got to get up round the outside. He knows he's up against a faster qualifier. He's going to make him work for it. Miles still has the inside run, so it's going to be a shorter way home from him, and he was the faster qualifier as they go down the back straight. Preener leads the way. He's going to have too much on this one as they come in the home straight. Miles Preener is going to do enough to get himself into the quarterfinal. That was a good, tough ride by both riders. Move on to our final heat of our junior men 19s sprint round 1. Welcome to track rider 143 Benjamin Murphy. His opponent will be rider 134 Jeremy Cannon. 8th and 9th fastest qualifiers here, so expect a good contest. See the whistle is blowing. Stop those riders in the back straight. Seems to have been a mechanical. So we'll find out from the commissaire, from our starters, if that's a mechanical or not. Get the say-so on that. Looked like what we call a stripped cog, but it's quite hard to do that these days. So we come back to the line now. Jeremy Cannon and Ben Murphy. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals. no pace on at the moment. Murphy leads into the back straight. Just trying out Jeremy Cannon at the moment, just seeing if he's prepared to come forward. This is 8 versus 9. Cannon was the fastest qualifier of the two, the man in the New South Wales colours, in second position. So both riders are probably going to back each other, back themselves, should I say, back themselves to be the quicker out of the slipstream here. But at the moment, Murphy just seeing if he can force Cannon through. Cannon equal to the task here in the home straight. Right up on the fence for the crowd to see. Good tactics, good bike handling from both riders here. Cannon having none of it, forcing Murphy to still lead here. So Murphy's going to have to think about a different tactic as they come into the back straight this time, because it's only going to be a lap and a half to go. So you have to think about the pace that you're setting when you're leading from this point. There's not enough pace on, so now Cannon quite happy now to go to the front and start to dictate terms, starting to build the pace nicely. Steps out a lap from home, going to the bottom of the track very early, but have a look at the acceleration here, up round the outside of Ben Murphy. That's why he wasn't too worried about the pace. The acceleration was perfect. The New Zealander will come into the home straight and comfortably go through to the quarterfinals. He was the 9th qualifier. I think he's got a lot more in him, judged by that ride. So Ben Murphy will go through, and we'll see him in the quarterfinals. So for those joining us online at the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, just a change of pace, we get the track ready, as we'll be moving on to the Elite Women's Teams Pursuit qualifying. We've got 4 heats, Australia B, New Zealand B, Australia A and New Zealand A, to set the fastest times for the Elite Women's Teams Pursuit qualifying. They'll be on track shortly. It's a battle between the Great British, New Zealand, the USA, some of the great leading countries in the team's pursuit. Pressure on, 7 laps to go this time. As Orphendon goes to the front and she just stretches the team a little bit. You see the gaps just opening between the back wheel and the front wheel of all the other riders there. So big strong turn being done by Orphendon here. Rider up on her wheel, Megan Baker. All start to concertina a little bit closer to the wheel this time as they go round. So Orphendon, that's her job done. They've got 5 laps to go. Orphendon out of the way. So 3 riders to get them through to the finish. Sykes in second wheel as they head down the back straight behind Baker. come up 4 laps to go this time. 1,000 metres of the track. Good turn being done here by Baker. Sykes will take over from then. Then we've got Reeve following on in the next rider in line. Two laps to go now for New Zealand B. 3 riders left on the track. Scoreboard showing them as the second quickest at the moment of what we've seen so far. 1 lap to go this time as the bell will sound. Not travelling as quickly as the Australian team. I don't think we need to worry about what the scoreboard says as far as fastest time. We're just going on the aggregate time as they travel round. We'll come through New Zealand B. We'll stop the clock at 4:36.745, just over at 52 kilometres an hour average. That's in comparison to the Australia B team who rode 4:32.809. So Australia B at the top of the post at the moment. The next team that will come out will be Australia A, the Australian team for this Oceania Championships. So we welcome the Australia A team onto the track. Rider number 74 is Claudia Marks. 91 is Kira Will. Rider 100 is Ali Anderson. Rider 107 is Sally Carter. .4:32.809, fastest time of the day so far. That's from the Australia B team. 30 seconds. Away now with Sally Carter in the starting role here. Rider 107 getting them away nicely as well as they head down the back straight. Carter gets them going. Got Kira Will on her wheel as they go down the back straight. Carter competed at the Nations Cup, also the Junior World Championships. The up-and-coming riders in the team's pursuit situation, track endurance for Australia moving forward. Kira Will now with Claudia Marks on her wheel, then Ali Anderson in third wheel in the red helmet. They come into the home straight, moving nicely. Ashan Kudanov, one of the busiest coaches I've seen there on the track centre here today, running from side to side of the track, calling the riders in the individual pursuit. Now calling the Australia A team here, it's Junior World's team coach as well. Claudia Marks leads through. Such a strong track cyclist, Claudia Marks, in the endurance events. Very good road cyclist as well. Ali Anderson on her wheel. Such a summer of cycling that these riders have had. Most of these riders have all competed, won or medalled at the National Road Championships that were held just at the start of January. Gone on to races like the Cadel Evans Road Race and other events at Tour Down Under that they've been riding. And now here they are. Let's click the track legs on and off they go. Teams pursuing once again. Ali Anderson leads the way into the home straight this time. Have a look at the scoreboard, see where our clock has got us sitting. No surprise, the Australia A team sitting a little bit quicker than everyone else who's been out there already. Of course, all of these riders are part of what you would call the Pathways squad moving forward. As I've said before, a number of our top riders, or all of our top riders, really take part in the Pro Tour racing, as we've lost one of our riders there. It's Sally Carter. She's the starter for this team. She's done her job. So down to 3 riders now. Sally Carter's gone through on the first 10 laps there, so they've got 6 to go. It's a common sight that Sally Carter's role was within the team. We saw at the Paris Olympics, the world record being broken by the men's team at the Olympics. Kel O'Brien was out of the way with about 3 to 4 laps to go, because that was the plan of the race. Always got that one rider. It's a very tactical race now, the team's pursuit. They want to know when their absolute strongest riders can be on the front at the right time during these races. As Claudia Marks comes through now, leads the way with 1,000 metres to go. They go through around 3:17.9. So they'll be looking to get inside the time around 3:25, inside 4:25, sorry, inside 4:25 would be the aim here for the Australia A team. Claudia Marks doing a big turn on the front, swings up now, hands over to Ali Anderson. Kira Will in third. Marks just a little bit late in coming down. A little bit of hesitation with only 2 riders there. You drop down the track and just find out there's only 2, not 3. Just takes it a little bit more concentration for the riders when they have to come back down onto the wheels here. As Ali Anderson leading very nicely into the home straight this time. Bell lap. Anderson leads from Kira Will. This is going to be a big turn. Kira Will's going to finish them off though. As Anderson races to the back wheel here. Kira Will leads the way. This is a nice fast time here from the Australia A team. They're well and truly inside the 25 realm. They're going to cry across the line. 422.142 for Australia A. They'll go to the top of the leaderboard. So our 4th and final team to come out onto the track. This will be New Zealand A, represented by rider number 66, Brioni Botha, rider 67, Samantha Donnelly. 68 is Prudence Fowler, and 71 is Riley McMullen. So some of the biggest names of New Zealand women's track cycling in this team. So a lot to look forward to for this qualifying ride. 4:22.142. It's the fastest time so far by the Australia A team. Brioni Botha gets them underway here, and how good do they look, the New Zealand team, all in black discs. They always turn up resplendent on the track, the New Zealand cycling teams. As Botha gets them underway, moving very nicely indeed. Very well drilled squad as they come into the home straight. Botha with a full 2-lap turn so far to get them underway and get them up to speed. Now gets up out the way. Sam Donnelly is leading them down the back straight. Into their stride straight away, this New Zealand team. Donnelly, then Fowler, then McMullen as they head down the back straight. Such confidence in these riders. If you've ever had the opportunity to ride on a pair of triathlon handlebars, you know how difficult it can be sometimes. Well, in teams pursuiting, you can barely see the back wheel in front of you. You're very much judging where that back tyre is when you're in this position. So, taking a lot of faith in their teammates, a lot of confidence in their own ability. Moving very nicely indeed, the New Zealand A team. They'll come into the home straight this time with just 10 laps to go, 6 down already. Have a look at where the time is. No surprise, well and truly the fastest time of the day so far. New Zealand, they always come prepared for the Oceania Championships. Some great performances, some standout performances by the New Zealand endurance squads over the last couple of Oceania Championships. Both are on the front once again, setting the tempo, setting a very high tempo for her teammates to follow. Through this time with 7 laps to go, so they're over the halfway mark and they're moving very nicely indeed. There's no change from lap 1 to now. Lap 10, they've done 10 laps, no rocking of the shoulders, no nodding of the head, no signs that this is getting harder and harder, and I can assure you it will be as they go through here. Smooth and perfect, the New Zealand team, as they go through. And the encouragement from their coach on the inside, a world champion several times himself. Not for New Zealand, but we'll forgive him that. New Zealand women's team come through, 1,000 metres to go. Nice piece of riding here. The time to beat is 4:22. They're inside that time at the moment, sitting comfortably around the 20:21, so they're not miles and miles in front, but they are well and truly in front of the Australian team. They've still got work to do over the last part of this journey. They're going to come up this time with 500 metres to go. Have a look at where the time is, 3:46. They are very much moving. We're going to see a time that's going to slot nicely inside the 20s here. Get behind the New Zealand women's team. They're going to get well and truly get themselves inside the 4:20 zone here. This will be a nice, comfortable ride for them. All 4 riders still together as they head down the back straight. They don't seem to be under any pressure here, the New Zealand team. Looking at a time of around possibly 18 as they come up and finish off now. 18.812, 4:18.812 for the New Zealand team. Very well drilled, very efficient ride there from the top team from New Zealand. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a 30-minute break in our program. So racing will recommence 30 minutes from now at 2 p.m. here in Queensland. So a great advantage for everyone to go and get some lunch, have a bit of a break. We'll be back at 2 p.m.
you.
second session of today. Moving on to event 8, elite men team pursuit qualifying. First team that will be coming out soon will be our New Zealand C team. 5 teams in all for the elite teams pursuit qualifying here this morning. Or should I say this afternoon? 2 p.m. here in Queensland. For those of you joining us online on the YouTube Cycling channel. If you're in the grandstand, we've got friends who aren't here today. Send them the link, basically the YouTube Cycling channel. We welcome our first team onto the track now. Number 25 is Edward Pawson. Number 50, Oliver Watson-Palmer. Number 18, Hamish Keast. And number 11, Nicholas Kyrgyzou. Underway now. This is the New Zealand C team. Being led away from probably one of the most experienced teams pursuit riders that New Zealand has as part of their mix, Nick Kyrgyzou, Commonwealth Games team member of the team in the Olympics and also World Championships with the New Zealand team. Superb career behind him so far, and now going to lead the New Zealand C team. Great deal of experience to be passing on to these riders as part of this first of the New Zealand teams that we see here today. Ed Pawson, the rider now on the front, leading through. It's at the fastest time they possibly can. First team off on the day. Oliver Watson-Palmer now, the rider on the front as he leads through. 1.5 to 2 lap turns is what we come to see and know a lot about these, but as you get with some of the bigger teams like Italy and Australia, they really rely on individual riders, 2.5, 3 lap turns. We see that with the Italian team of Ganna over the years, and also the Australian team, Sam Welsford, Connor Lay. A lot more than just the 2 laps when they're doing their turns of pace with the Australian team and the Italian team and so forth. Keast leads down the back straight, the next of our New Zealand riders, Hamish Keast, setting a good tempo. Setting himself up for the 2 lap turn here. So much has changed in teams pursuing over the last 20 years, the gear ratios being the most major change to cycling, track cycling in general, over the last couple of years. So Kyrgyzou goes through, setting the tempo. Just see the gaps just open ever so slightly between the wheels of the riders there, as Kyrgyzou sets the tempo on the front in the New Zealand colours. Big turn being done bit here by Nick Kyrgyzou. We've seen the tactics of teams already, with riders doing peel-offs. Kyrgyzou swings up, no peel-off here, drops straight back down on the wheel, perfectly done as they go through with 6 laps to go here. Pawson swings up. Doesn't go quite as high up the track, usually a sign that a rider's just suffering that little bit in the way he fights to get back on the wheel. That could be a little bit of the case there for Ed, but he's gotten back on nicely. That's a good strong ride here. Very important piece of riding there from Ed Pawson to get himself back into the slipstream quickly. Expect the riders to go maybe a little bit higher, somewhere halfway between the blue line and the fence, so they get a good arc, good run down back onto the wheel. Next of our riders up and back down nicely. Oliver Watson-Palmer into the slipstream. They'll come up this time. 2 laps to go. With Heath Keast leads the way through here. Rider number 18. We see some great endurance racing here from all of these riders as the week goes on, getting the team's pursuit out the way early in the week. Some bunch racing to happen later this evening. Keast leads through with 1 to go. Will he take them to the line? Looks like he's going to as well. So Keast, strong ride here in front of Kyrgyzstan. And then Pawson. They'll fan out across the track into the home straight, and they'll finish off and stop the clock. 4:06.373 to start off the proceedings for the men's teams pursuit qualifying here. That was the New Zealand C team. Now welcome our second heat out onto the track. This is the Australia B team made up of rider number 15, Rowan Hayden-Smith. Number 36, Kurt Ether. Number 30, Luke Rickett. And number 46, Leo Zimmerman. Nice clean start here. As Luke Rickett is the rider, the Queenslander, getting them underway. Young man just into the elite category. So good opportunity here for him to ride as part of the Australia B team. Rowan Hayden-Smith up onto his wheel. And Kurt Ether and Leo Zimmerman. All these guys will know each other very well. They've raced their entire junior careers together through 15s, 17s, 19s. And they find themselves representing the Australia B team here at the Oceania Championships. We've all raced on the Anna Meares Velodrome for a number of seasons now. We've had the national championships here as well as Oceania Championships. And of course, there's always great travel between Sydney and Brisbane for these riders to race against each other. Great opportunity for these riders to be able to race on the AMV as much as they do. They're moving nicely, this Australian B team. Will come through fastest time so far, so they're just travelling a little bit quicker than the New Zealand team before them. If it's seated correctly, each team that comes out on the track should travel that little bit more, a little bit quicker. So 4:06 set nicely. In the national championships for Australia, we saw both teams break 4 minutes and sit around the 3:59 mark. That was Western Australia and Queensland early last year. And of course, this team made up of New South Wales riders, Queensland riders, and also South Australian riders. There's a very big turn of pace there done by Leo Zimmerman. Just put Luke Rickett into a bit of bother there. So what could have been disastrous actually has worked out okay. Luke Rickett swinging up from second wheel, making sure he didn't hinder his riders behind him. Rowan Hayden-Smith, good piece of bike skill to know that his teammate was getting up out of the way. Leo Zimmerman's turn just a little bit quick. Great experience in their coach on the track centre there, former Olympic champion, World Teams Pursuit champion, Brett Aitken. He's the Australian B team coach here. He's here looking after the Australian team and also the South Australian riders during this week of racing. You start travelling through the pits and the track centre and start seeing who the coaching staff are with a number of these different teams from both Australia, New Zealand and New Caledonia. We would be up well over 50 as far as world championships have been won by the riders who are in the track centre here today. Felicia Ballinger as well here looking after the New Caledonia cycling team. Superb track cyclist, one of the best ever in female track cycling. Lovely to meet her earlier in the day here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Still the fastest time at the moment for this Australia B team as they travel through. Kurt Ether on the front. And they've really gone nicely, this 3. Always harder with 3. Started with the 4. The man who started them off, Luke Rickett, got it away nicely. Got up and out the way very skillfully. Just wasn't quite to the task of following the turn of Leo Zimmerman a little bit earlier. They'll get the bell this time. 3:50.876. So they're travelling inside the time of New Zealand C. Ether lifting the pace. Zimmerman no problem, neither is Rowan Hayden-Smith. They're going to come through into the home straight looking for about a 4:05. 4:05.668 is the final time here. They'll go to number 1 on the leaderboard, just edging out the New Zealand C team. So nice ride there from the Australia B team. These are the riders that we're hoping to form a good pathway into the top team, 1 or 2 of these riders, as we move on to LA 28. So we move on to heat number 3 now. There's another one of our New Zealand teams. This is New Zealand B. The team made up of number 29, Magnus Jameson, number 22, Lucas Bimey, number 24, Daniel Morton, and number 14, Campbell Stewart. Away for heat number 3, ride number 29, Magnus Jamison leads the team away. The New Zealand B team, the time of 4:05 is the fastest time set so far by the Australia B team. Lucas Bimey on second wheel as they head down the back straight, then Campbell Stewart and Daniel Morton on the tail end of the field. Tail end of the team as they go through. Nice start there from Jamison. Got them away nicely. Lucas leads through now. 2 lap turns have been the order of the day so far. We've seen one or two teams through the women's field and the early men's field doing lap and a half turns. But the 2 lap turn definitely making a much smoother ride for the teams so far. Campbell Stewart now leads through, a man of so much experience on the track and on the road for New Zealand. Former world champion in the track endurance events. Lining up here with the B team. So much experience, so much mentorship to be able to offer the riders in this team. So New Zealand cycling thinking outside the square here, making sure they get their riders up and moving nicely. Kyrgyzstan we've already seen go in the C team. Now we've got Stewart in the B team. These riders have been the foundation of the New Zealand A team for so many years, and both still top of their game. Blimey leads down the back straight, setting a nice tempo here. 4:05.684 is the fastest time so far here today. See how they're travelling as they come through at the halfway point. 2:04. They're travelling a little bit quicker than the Australian time at the moment. 2:04.881. 4:05 is the time to beat. So the way the teams pursuit teams tend to go, they're negative split their 1 minute mark all the time. So they're on target to well and truly pull themselves inside the 4:05 pace. They're going to lose Jamieson this time though, so they're going to be down to 3 riders. Let's see how they can lift over this second part of the 4 kilometre journey. Can they get themselves in that magical 4 minute mark inside there? This type of competition, this mixed team, they wouldn't have ridden together very often, these 3. They certainly would have some experience in the team's pursuing side of things, as Lucas Blimey just struggling to make back into that slipstream there as Campbell Stewart's doing a strong turn of pace. He won't have lifted the pace, but it won't slow down at all, Campbell Stewart. It'll be a very strong, steady drive all the way through while he's doing his turn. Lucas Blimey's just got himself back into the slipstream. Campbell Stewart hasn't swung up yet. This is a big turn from Stewart. Now he swings up. Look down. Lucas in second wheel, just back into the slipstream there. They'll get 2 laps to go when they come through this time. Good turn of pace here. Daniel Morton staying on the front, down the back straight. He'll come up to receive the bell this time. He's going to stay on the front. Will he swing up with 1 lap to go here? Just adjust himself in the saddle ever so slightly, and he does. There's a big turn of pace. Now Lucas on the front. Got to set the tempo, got to finish him off here. They'll come into the home straight. It's going to be close between the Australian team and the New Zealand team as they go to the line. They'll get inside it. 4:04.035. So the New Zealand B team, they stick to seedings. We've gone 4:06, 4:05, now 4:04. The next team to come out will be the Australia A team. So see if one of our teams can get under that 4 minute mark here today at the Anna Meares Velodrome. It is very warm inside the track today, very warm indeed. A big shout out to all of our officials and volunteers here, our commissaires who are sweltering out there in the heat. And to everyone in the grandstand, I know it's warm. I'll have to turn the fans off though during the racing, unfortunately, so they can use the front disc wheels. It's lovely when they turn them on. Thank you for bearing with the heat and the humidity that we have here today as we welcome the Australian team out onto the track. This is Australia A, represented by rider number 8, Cameron Scott, number 41, Declan Trezise, number 42, Liam Walsh, number 53, Oscar Gallagher. 30 seconds to go. So the Australian team underway, being led away there by Oscar Gallagher. Liam Walsh up into second wheel as they head down the back straight. Third wheel as they come round is Declan Trezise, and the man on the tail end of the field there, Cam Scott. All of these riders have been taking part heavily in the road season, summer of cycling. Liam Walsh, of course, taking the bronze medal in the national road title recently. Cam Scott medalled in the criterium. Oscar Gallagher and Declan Trezise of the PSL Racing League. It's quite impressive how these riders can go from racing the road, like Cam Scott ran a place the other day just at the weekend in the Melbourne to Warrnambool. Over 200 kilometres of road racing, and here he is Tuesday afternoon in Queensland, making sure he's riding team's pursuit for Australia. So much to ask of these riders these days in summer. 1 second you're a roadie, the next second you're a very fast trackie. Glenn O'Shea, former world Omnium champion, calling the times to the Australian team there on the track centre. They're moving nicely here, the Australian team. Struzais leads the way into the home straight. Apologies, not Trezise, that's Cam Scott on the front as they head down the back straight. Such a fast cyclist. He's got the endurance as well, Cam Scott, one of the fastest road sprinters we have in Australia. As now Oscar Gallagher leads through. Big opportunity in the team's pursuit ranks over the next few years for the Australian men, with so many of our Australian team members on the Pro Tour. Oscar Gallagher's done his job. He was the big starter for them, and he's got them going nicely. They'll come around next time with 7 laps to go. Some work to do to get themselves a little bit further clear, if they can. Liam Walsh leads through. He's had such a good couple of years on the track. National champion. Backing it up the way he did in the road championship in Perth just a month ago. Of course, it was not suited to the sprinters. It's definitely suited the climbers. What you would consider a real roulette. But Liam Walsh proved that he could get through. And then his effort, the final climb in the national road title, was extraordinary. He used all of his track power to get himself over the hill and get himself up onto the podium against some very stiff competition. 1,000 metres left to go. 3 minutes is the time. So we've got a feeling we've got a chance here. We've got a very big chance to get inside that 4-minute mark. But the gaps are opening ever so slightly as they come into the home straight this time. The turn on the pace being done by Liam Walsh and Cam Scott. Well, he started to lose the wheel a little bit after doing his turn, but now he's back up into the slipstream nicely. Walsh will lead through with 2 laps to go. Declan Trezise following him. Walsh keeps going. It's a big turn from Liam Walsh here. Cam Scott just starting to peck wheat a little bit down the back straight here. Liam Walsh putting some pressure on, sees the gap, doesn't go in it, didn't see it early enough. Australian team in disarray with 1 lap to go. Trezise leads. Cam Scott got to use all of his power, all of his speed. Remember, this is the man who was on the podium in the Melbourne to Warrnambool on Sunday morning. They come into the home straight. 4:04 is the time to beat. They're going to get there. A little bit disravelled. 4:01.181, just underneath 60 kilometres an hour. They got out of jail free card there, the Australian team. It only happened towards the end, but a great tough ride there from Cam Scott to make sure he could get himself through. 4:01.181, fastest time so far for the Australian team. We move on to our 5th and final heat, our 5th and final team to set a qualifying time here, ladies and gentlemen. This is New Zealand A, represented by rider number 48, Kyle Aitken, number 12, Ben Oliver, number 28, Marshall Irwood, and number 13, Tom Sexton. New Zealand A underway this time. Tom Sexton, one of the linchpin members of the New Zealand team over the last several seasons. He's the man who's been awarded the job of getting this team up to speed, getting them going. Up onto his wheel, rider number 48. That is Kyle Aitken in second wheel. They move down the back straight. Sexton's got them away nicely here. They come through with 14 laps to go. Aitken now leads through. Oliver on his wheel, then Irwood third wheel for the New Zealand A team. 4:01.186 is the time to beat. Saw the Australian team. They looked like they were going to be quite comfortably inside the 4-minute mark, but anything can happen. Hot conditions out there, big racing programs for these riders nowadays through the summer, as I've said, with road racing and track cycling going neck and neck for space. Ended up with 4:01.186. Coming to the home straight this time. We have a look and see how they're travelling. Fastest before, still second fastest at the moment for this New Zealand team. Something to ride into still. The big difference is that the huge gears that these riders ride in comparison to where they were 10 and 20 years ago. Changes the tactics somewhat of how they ride. If they're good enough, they just get faster and faster. As Marshall Irwood leads down the back straight here, leading the New Zealand A team, swings up nicely, perfectly done. Back down onto the wheel, just a little bit far off it though. A little bit ragged here, the New Zealand team, just in the way they did the change. Irwood swung up nicely, but the riders behind him were a little bit skew-if as he came back down. They'll go through this time with 7 laps to go. Sexton, just a shorter turn. It's hot conditions out there. Remembering these riders, they have to warm up in the hot conditions. They've got to keep the fluid intake going. And then you put yourself right to the maximum of your abilities out there. You just don't know what the heat is going to do every single time. New Zealand go down to just 3 riders as Aitken gets out of the way. Now, shorter turn being done again here. So this New Zealand team just struggling ever so slightly here. They've still got the second fastest time out there. Still moving nicely, but not with the fluidity that you would expect. 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres to go here. They've gone through in 3 minutes. To put it in perspective, the Australian team, they went through in 3 minutes as well. So there's nothing between them. Sometimes what we see can be deceptive. They're a little bit ragged because they were moving so quickly. But once again, we saw this with the Australian team going at this speed. The third rider getting into a little bit of trouble down at the back straight here. Marshall Irwood, if he could speak, he'd be screaming out to his teammates just to let him know. As they come into the home straight, they've still got 2 laps to go here. There's still a big, strong turn of pace being done on the front. Irwood, look at the ride he's doing. He's 2 bike lengths off that slipstream at the moment, and he's not going any further back. Fights his way back into it. They'll get the bell this time. Good fight by Marshall Irwood. Might have saved the day as they go down the back straight. Oliver leads from Irwood, then Sexton. Irwood's wishing this one to be over as fast as he possibly can. Are they going to stay up into the spot? This is a good ride here. Look at the time. 3:59.984. That's why Marshall was in a bit of trouble. They really started to motor. It looked ragged, but the time says it all. 60 kilometres an hour, 3:59.984. Put your hands together for this New Zealand A team. That was a great piece of riding. They did what they needed to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the women 19 sprint quarterfinals. We welcome to the line rider 156, Alana Lake, rider 153, Ebony Robinson, both from Australia. This is the quarterfinals. Winner goes through to the semi-final. No best of three in the quarterfinals here, as the winner goes through to the semi-final. When we get to the semi-finals, it's best of three, just like the finals, best of three. But the quarterfinals these days, for this competition, sudden death. Winner will go through. Everything to race for both riders all of a sudden in this one. No mistakes can be made by the faster qualifier, which means the slower qualifier might as well try it. Might as well try something different. Because you've only got the race to lose and you might win it. Ebony Robinson leads at the bottom of the track. Keeping a good eye on Alana Lake. I was impressed with Ebony in her first ride, round one. Controlled affairs, knows that she's the fastest rider on the track. Didn't want to let any mistakes get in the way of that fact. She's got good pace. This is good leading pace here. Moves up the track slightly, just covering Alana Lake's opportunity to be able to dive down. Happy to start an early sprint here, Ebony Robinson. Alana Lake trying to get herself up into the slipstream. She does that nicely as they head down the back straight. Ebony Robinson has a look down underneath the saddle. She'll see the wheel of Alana Lake, but she'll come through the bend a little bit too strong, too fast. Good ride by Robinson. She'll go through to the semi-final. It was a good ride by Alana Lake. There wasn't much you could do against Ebony Robinson here today from what we've seen so far. Move on to heat number 2. Rider 178. This is Emily Watch. She was the second fastest qualifier here today. Paige Squire. Rider 167 is her opponent. Winner goes through to the semi-final. Seen one or two riders back their tactics, try the cat and mouse tactic from one or two of our higher seeds. Emily Watt was one of those riders earlier. Happy to back her cat and mouse tactics against a slower qualifier rather than just rely on her speed and power. So she leads down the back straight. Not a lot of pace on at the moment. Paige Squire right up behind her. So in this situation, no drama for the lead rider. The rider in the rear of the two is just going to follow you around the bottom of the track. It's easy enough to control. However, Emily swings up ever so slightly, opens the door, and now forces her own self to have to get out the way of Paige Squire. So, first opportunity, that goes to Paige. Now Emily Watch doing the right thing, gaining a bit of height. Gets the advantage of being able to run down the track and build her gear up. Paige Squire leads into the home straight this time, sort of halfway up the track. The bell sounds, no pace on from either rider just yet. Emily Watch straight underneath, gets into the metre line first and now has the advantage. So she caught Paige Squire out there as they went through the home straight. No trouble for Emily Watch. She's going to win this one. She'll go straight through to the semi-finals and hang on to her second place seed at the moment. Everything staying equal. So good ride there from Emily Watch. We'll move on to heat number 3 very shortly. So Emily Watch of the ACT, she'll go through to the semi-finals. She'll wait to see who she is going to ride. Be one of the next two riders, either Ella Liang or Hope Harnety. We'll see Emily in the next ride, depending on who wins this one. Let's welcome onto the track rider 151 from Queensland, Ella Liang. And just strapping herself into her pedals. Rider 160 is Hope Harnety in the Victorian colours. So Hope has drawn the number 1 spot. She'll lead away. Ella Liang in the second wheel. She won round number 1. She qualified third, won round number 1. Had a little bit of a scare. Just concentrating more on tactics in the first rider versus rider race of her day rather than using the power and speed that she has. But she finds herself in the quarterfinals, and I would say she finds herself quite fresh, ready to go. If you're going to have even the slightest hiccup in these sprint rounds, it's always best to, first of all, not let it cost you a race and let it happen early. It tends to wake riders up for the rest of the day, whether they've won or lost. Hope Harnety, she leads through. Ella Liang following her. Our scoreboard tells us something different, but I can assure you it's Hope Harnety. Ella Liang down the back straight. Hope Harnety caught napping. Good riding here by Ella Liang. Saw that Harnety wasn't really leading at a quick enough pace. She's used the entire banking to get herself up to speed. Now she's underway. She'll go through the 200-metre mark. There's no hope there for Hope. Unfortunately, as she heads down the back straight, she gives it away. She knows she's made the error there. So Ella Liang will cruise herself through to the semi-final. She will be meeting the rider from the ACT, Emily Watch. Round of applause for Hope Harnety, quarter-finalist in the Oceania Championships. We'll see her again in the time trials team sprint and also Kieran Racing. And of course the national championships here in March. We'll see Hope fighting for medals in the national championships. Ella Liang through to the semis. Move on to our fourth and final heat of our junior women's 19 sprint. We have Olivia Wright, rider 118, and Natasha Sitsky, rider 157 in the ACT colours. Olivia Wright, another one of our Queensland riders from Balmoral, wearing a black skin suit here. Olivia Wright, faster of the qualifiers between these two. Nothing between them though, so this will be a good contest. Sitsky drew the front position. She'll lead away as they head down the back straight. No pace on at the front from Sitsky. As I said before, the rider just going to follow you right up behind like that. No real disadvantage to be leading slowly at the front when they're both sitting down the bottom of the track. So, ooh, there's the whistle. My apologies for my ooh. I waited for the commissaire to make the decision. So, Olivia Wright, quite simply, went off the track, passed underneath, and got to the front of Natasha Sitsky. So, wait on the commissaire decision. So we have a restart for heat number 4. And rider 157, Natasha Sitsky, has the choice of whether she wants to start in the lead or the rear for this one. The reason for the restart, Olivia Wright left the track to improve her position. That's why the whistle was sounded straight away. We'll be underway again. Take 2. Natasha Sitsky leads the way. Olivia Wright in front of her. So as we saw in the first ride, Natasha Sitsky quite happy to lead at the bottom of the track. And as I said before, if the rider in the second wheel just follows on, doesn't gain height or anything like that, just follows in the slipstream, it's no advantage, no disadvantage for the lead rider. So they can play with the pace as much as they like. Because the rider in second wheel, when they get up close at a slow pace like this, they have to make that sort of standing start effort to get up around the outside. And as long as the lead rider is paying attention, they've got that sort of half a second to be able to react to it. Olivia Wright knows that now. Now she's gaining height nicely. This is where Natasha Sitsky needs to pay attention to the pace that's being built by Olivia Wright, because they head down the back straight, and Wright in the end just rolls around the outside. Now has full advantage of the height advantage. That was very nice riding there from Olivia Wright. It was well disguised as well as she goes through with 1 lap to go. Olivia Wright, she's not going to get caught from there. She's far too strong from this position, as we've seen already today. And as Olivia Wright, she will take herself through to the semi-final. She's going to meet Ebony Robinson in the semis. That'll be best of 3. A nice piece of riding in the end there from Olivia Wright. Well done. So we move on to the first of our quarterfinals. This will be the number 1 seed, Alex Schuller from New Zealand, against Ben Murphy. This is 1 versus 8. It's the first time we've seen Alex on the track, 1:45, since qualifying, because the number of in the field. Alex got a bye for round number 1, so this is his first match race of the day. As fastest qualifier, our top 3 qualifiers all got a bye on the first round. Both riders representing the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. Come through with 2 laps to go. They're going to know each other very well, these two. There's not a lot between them in time, but Schuller definitely has the faster time between the 2 of them. He's keeping a good eye on Ben Murphy at the moment. Lost sight of him for a second, just as I say that. Now they're underway as they start to head towards the final lap. Schuller leads the way, getting up on top of that gear. Murphy comfortably into the slipstream. It's one thing to get in a slipstream, it's another thing entirely to come out of it as Schuller leads down the back straight. Murphy knows this. He can find the wheel, but he can't get round the hip, as Schuller will go through and find himself in the semi-final. Nice riding there from the two riders. Te Awamutu Cycling Club. And Alex Schuler we'll see again in the sprint. We'll see Ben in the sprint events as the week progresses. Still got the Kieran, the time trial and the team sprint all to come. So that sort of calibre coming from that club. Good chance we're going to see Ben Murphy on the podium at some point during this week. We'll move on to heat number 2. This will be between Miles Preener, rider 127, and rider 140. This is Mitchell Louis, who's the second fastest qualifier here. This is the first time we've seen Mitchell since the qualifying ride, as well as he had a bye in the first round. The winner goes through to the semi-finals. So some good racing from Miles in round number 1. He had a contest on his hands. He came out in the better of it. Mitchell Louis was moving very nicely in the qualifying ride. Alex Schuler's time eclipsed that by quite some though, considering we're dealing with 200-metre sprinting. So Schuler is definitely the fastest man against the stopwatch, so it's going to be an interesting contest as we move forward. We're going to get through this one first, as Preener's found his way to the quarterfinals. He can ride a bike, and he can ride a bike very fast. Mitchell Louis is looking for a way round at the moment, just tempting Preener. I'm going to come high, I'm going to come low. Now they move down the back straight. Preener building speed. We haven't seen a lot of this from the junior fields, people leading out at speed, but Preener does this time. He leads out, but it turns into a lead out for Mitchell Louis as Louis gets around the outside. Good piece of riding. It was a good fight by Preener though, but Louis a little bit too strong, a little bit too powerful here. He's going to take himself through the bend into the home straight and into the semi-finals. So the Queenslander, Mitchell Louis, he goes through to the semi-finals. There will be best of 3 in the semis, best of just 1 ride in the quarters as we move on to heat number 3. Let's wait for our riders to strap themselves into the bike. The first rider to come out onto the track. Did a great ride in round number 1. Fought his way back underneath his opponent. This is Seb Topping, rider 116 in the Queensland colours. Impressed with what we saw there. I look forward to seeing him racing in the Kieran later this week. And his opponent is the 3rd fastest qualifier here today, and the first time we've seen him on the track in the match race rounds, as he had a bye on the first round. This is Flynn Underwood. Once again from the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club. 3 riders in the quarterfinals. Look forward to seeing that junior team sprint team race here in the next couple of days. But for now, Seb Topping leads away. Took on Nate Argent in round number 1. Nate was the faster qualifier. Got his handlebars ahead, but couldn't quite get far enough past Seb Topping in round number 1 to be able to close the door and drop down into the meter line. And Seb Topping showed great courage and just pushed the handlebars back through the gap. And was able to take the race off Nate. Finds himself in the quarterfinals now up against Flynn Underwood, the 3rd fastest qualifier. They've got 2 to go this time. Topping setting a good tempo at the front, keeping an eye on where Underwood is. However, Underwood's very quickly up round the outside. Couldn't do anything about it that time. He used the banking nicely, but they're going from such a long way out, these junior riders. Getting out of the saddle, he had to look over the shoulder, hoping possibly Topping had given it away. I don't think he's got that in him, Topping. He's not going to give it away. They head down the back straight. Underwood leads at the 100. Topping still coming at full speed, but Underwood too strong into the home straight. He will find himself in the semi-finals. He'll come up against Mitchell Louis in the semi-finals, or Flynn Underwood. That'll be a great ride of best of 3. One more heat to go here. The 19 sprint quarterfinals. 2 Australians to come out onto the track as they get themselves ready. So far we've stuck to the program as far as Alex Schuler, the fastest qualifier, is through. Mitch Louis is through, and Flynn Underwood. And they've all gone 10.6, 10.8, 10.9 in these qualifying rides, or these match race rides. So they're not holding back at all, these riders. In the quarterfinals, the best of one makes a change. We welcome our next 2 riders up onto the track. They'll know each other fairly well. Rider 120 in the ACT colours is Angus Withington. Rider 133 in the New South Wales colours is Patrick May. And Patrick May, the faster of the 2 qualifiers, but this is 4 versus 5, so nothing between these 2 at all. Patrick May has drawn the number 1 spot for this one. As you might not have seen a lot of track sprinting, the riders actually turn over a card to see if they're 1 or 2 in the positions here. The same way we do for Keirin racing. They come to the line and they have to line up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. They line up in those positions because before the start, the commissaire will hand them a card, show them an iPad with a covered number. They'll press the number, and whatever that number becomes, that is where they start the race. Same in sprinting, the first ride anyway. The best of 3, you'll lead the first one, the second one. The person who ran second the first time will lead. And if it goes to 3, it changes again. Now have a look at this. This is a good piece of riding here from Withington, because he got himself into the metre line first and Patrick May couldn't do anything about it. He had to let him come through. He couldn't close him down. Withington out of the saddle with the advantage here. Patrick May's got some work to do around the outside if he can get there. Withington's hanging on though, and he's going to hang on and find himself in the semi-final and reverse the seed from 5 to 4. So Withington will go through to the semis, and he'll find himself up against Alex Schuler. Good piece of sprinting there from Angus Withington. Finds himself into the semi-finals here later today. So we move on to our next event, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Elite Women Team Sprint Qualifying. This is heat number 1 coming out onto the track. 5 heats in all. And this is the Australia C team. They'll be represented by number 98, Emma Stevens, number 97, Kalinda Robinson, and rider 101, Lauren Perry. They get themselves away now. Emma Stevens is the rider on the front. Robinson on her, Kalinda Robinson on her, then Lauren Perry. Big fast start here from Emma Stevens. You usually see the gap open between rider 1 and 2. The first rider, their job is to get them going fast and get them going. She's done a good job, 20.459 for the starting lap there, as Robinson now takes over. Robinson will hand over to Lauren Perry as they come into the home straight. Lauren Perry, a former junior world pursuit champion, had a break from cycling for a little while. When she came back, she's decided to go to the sprint option. Superb cyclist, winner of many handicap races, wheel races in Tasmanian carnivals. She'll go down, stop the clock, 50.314 to set the first time of the day for our women's team sprint. Move on to the next heat. This will be the Australia B team, made up of rider number 82, Maya Dillon, rider number 96, Danica Blinko, and rider number 90, Lilia Tatarinov. Away now, nice clean start here from the Australia B team, being led away by Maya Dillon. Lily Tatarinov on her wheel. Then we have Danica Blinko in third wheel. Time to beat is 50.314. Getting them away nicely here is Maya, 19.93. Faster start than the first team. As now it's Lily Tatarinov's turn as she heads down the back straight. Got Blinko up onto her wheel. Moving nicely, coming to the home straight. Taranov gets up out the way. Now Blinko's got to finish off the job. Fastest time so far for these riders, 50.314. Lauren Perry did a very strong last lap in her team to get them across the line for 50.314. They'll come up to the line. Blinko's going to stop the clock, 49.888. Top time so far for the Australia B team. We stick to the schedule of the seeds staying in place here. The way they line up usually goes slowest to fastest, and so far so good for the competition here today. Now welcome our next team. This is the New Zealand B team, represented by rider 102, Sophie De Vries, rider 85, Erin Green, and rider 87, Caitlin Kelly. away this time. A little bit ragged off the start, unfortunately, for the New Zealand team. Sophie de Vries down the back straight, moving nicely. It was their teammate in second wheel that got a little bit of strife out of the blocks. Got some work to do here, the New Zealand team, as they come through. First lap done and dusted. They move into the back straight this time. Erin Green got some work to do, trying to get up on top of the pace here. No, unsurprisingly, they were third fastest at the end of the first lap after the start. Now they come through with 1 lap to go. Caitlin Kelly, all the work to do to try to get themselves up out of third place here. There's only a one chance situation in these situations for the riders. New Zealand B team will come down, stop the clock, 52.090. That will leave them in third place for now, with 2 teams still to come. Next team to come out onto the track is the Australia A team, represented by rider 108, Christine Perkins, rider number 99, Sophie Watts, and rider number 62, Alessia McCaig. Christine Perkins has been tasked with the job of getting the Australian team up and underway, doing a good job of it as well. She heads down the back straight. Very fast start here from Perkins. Sophie Watts with some work to do. Christine Perkins will come round. Let's have a look at the fast time here for the first one. 19.071, no surprise. Fastest time so far from one of our starters. Sophie Watts wasn't able to get into the slipstream, so she's giving herself almost the 500-metre time trial here as she leads out Alessia McCaig. Watts will go through. They'll have the fastest time to that point. Now Alessia McCaig, who won every single national sprint championship in Australia at the national championships last year, the reigning champion of everything sprint related in Australia. She'll come into the home straight. She'll go across the line. 48.291 for the Australian team. Fifth heat, final team to come out onto the track now. This is the team of New Zealand, represented by rider number 70, Olivia King, rider number 69, Shane Fulton, rider number 65, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elise Andrews. New Zealand team underway, being led away by Olivia King. Shane Fulton on her wheel, then Elise Andrews to finish them off. What a team we have here. King gets them away. Let's have a look at the first lap time. 19.399. Second fastest lap so far. But New Zealand come through now with Fulton getting them well underway here, and they've got Andrews to finish them off. They go to the fastest time. Elise Andrews down the back straight. Such a joy to have her here at the Oceania Championships here today. Elise Andrews comes into the home straight. She'll finish off nicely here. 47.478 for the New Zealand team. What a lineup we've got here for the Oceania Championships. Been delivered to us by the New Zealand team. They go top of the leaderboard, #1 seeds. So we move straight into our elite men's team sprint qualifying. 5 teams in all. The first team we invite onto the track will be our Australia D team. So these teams are made up of riders from each state. Well, welcome to the track now. Rider number 35, Xavier Bland. Rider number 37, Noah Mason. Rider 55 is Ruben Smith. This is the Australia D team. Nice start here off the mark. Xavier Bland being followed by Noah Mason, then Ruben Smith. Tightly packed together, these three. See where the first lap, see where Bland can put them. 18.72 for the first lap there for Xavier Bland. They head down the back straight. Noah Mason now underway. Up into the elite category here. Noah Mason leads through. 32.141. This will be the first time set for the elite men here this afternoon. Ruben Smith now trying to finish off nice and strong as he comes into the home straight. Can he get this team up into the top 4 placings by the end of qualifying? 46.557 for the Australia D team. Well executed. Move on now to our second team to come out. This will be the Australia C team, represented by rider number 51, Blake Long. Rider number 21, Finn Carpenter. Rider number 54, Sam Gallagher. Blake Long is the rider to try and get them off the mark as fast as he possibly can. He's got Finn Carpenter chasing him in the sassy colours. And we've got Sam Gallagher. Three very efficient sprinters, these three, as part of the Australian team. Blake Long goes through 18.151, the fastest start so far. Then we've got Finn Carpenter from a BMX background leading beautifully. Sam Gallagher up onto his wheel. They come into the home straight. Carpenter gets out the way. Gallagher takes over. 31.085, 46.557 is the time to beat. Gallagher got a very big gear on as he comes into the home straight. Sam Gallagher, where's he going to leave his team at as they come down, stop the clock? 44.462 for the Australia C team. Once again, a very nicely executed ride there. We now have the Australia B team coming out onto the track, represented by rider 44, Max Liebschnicht, rider number 45, Tate Ryan, number 40, Byron Davies. Nice strong start here from the Australia B team, being led away by Max Liebschnicht. On his wheel though is Tate Ryan, junior world record holder, the 1,000-metre time trial. Great start here by Liebschnicht, gone through the fastest time, 17.739. What a great start by Max. They've got Tate Ryan on his wheel and he's got Byron Davies to follow off. This is going to be quick. They come into the home straight. Tate Ryan swings up and gets out the way, 30.466. Now the big man from Queensland, Byron Davies, heads down the back straight on the big gear, got it going. Byron Davies will come into the home straight, the hometown favourite. Where's he going to finish him off? Fastest time, 43.665. Great ride there for the Australia B team. We now welcome our next team out onto the track. This is the team of New Zealand, represented by rider number 86, Lewis Valletta, number 49, Jackson Russell, number 27, Ko Lartz. Away now, the team of New Zealand. Valletta getting them away nicely. Russell on his wheel, then Lart in third wheel. Big piece of work to do to go to number one here this afternoon, though. 43.665 is the time to beat. 18.459, the first lap time there for New Zealand. Trailing the two top teams so far. We'll come through with 1 lap to go now. And it'll be Lart to take over. 31.749, trailing in third position at the moment, the New Zealand team. In a rebuild phase here. So many world championships won by the team sprint team from New Zealand in the last decade. They go across the line 45.348. They'll put themselves up into third place for now, with still the Australian team to come. So the fastest time so far today is the Australia B team, 43.665. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Australian team to the track. The number one team made up of riders. Number 4, Ryan Elliott. Number 5, Lee Hoffman. Number 3, Tom Cornish. Australian team underway. Ryan Elliott has been tasked with the job of getting them away. The man who usually gets them away is in second wheel now. That's Lee Hoffman, one of the fastest starters in the world. Ryan Elliott getting on with the job though. Where's he going to finish on the first lap? 17.442, still the fastest one here today. Beautiful ride there from Ryan Elliott. Now Hoffman and Cornish, they know each other so well. Hoffman leads into the home straight from the second position. Now Cornish, former junior world champion and record holder in the 1,000-metre time trial. They went through 29.92. Cornish, where's he going to take them to? Are they going to get inside this time of the Australia B team? Yes, they are. 42.786, just over 63 kilometres an hour for the Australian team. 42.786, nearly a second quicker than any other team on the track here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 more races to go for this, our first session of the day. Of course, we will be back later with the evening session for everyone on the cycling YouTube channel. There'll be more racing to come this evening. It's a 6 o'clock start this evening in Queensland, so make your time differences. Tonight's session will be starting at 6 o'clock here. Good 3.5-hour session. Big night of racing ahead of us. Last 2 races that we'll be having this morning, it will be our para scratch races. Para scratch race women C1 and C5 to C5, and para scratch race men C1 to C5. Both races 10 kilometres, 40 laps of the track. Our riders just making their way onto the track to get themselves ready. First event will be our men's para scratch race C1 to C5 final. This for gold, silver, bronze medals. C1 to C5. So after this, we'll also be having the presentation of our para scratch races. Please welcome our riders out onto the track. Rider 187 is Lewin Edwards, New Zealand. 185, Kyle Willis, Australia. 188 is Corey Boddington from Australia, and 190 is Max Sodholz from Australia. 40 laps of the track, Oceania Scratch Race Championship on the line for these riders, C1 to C5 final. .40 laps to go for our para scratch race men. Everyone deciding they want somebody else to do the work, and Corey Boddington says, okay, I'll do the work, let's go. Corey Boddington underway, Kyle Willis up onto his wheel straight away. Lewin Edwards, rider from New Zealand, man who's been caught out there, Max Sodholz. C1 to C5 final, so different categories within the event. Kyle Willis, good pace being set here early on. Edwards, then Boddington and Willis. So Boddington swings up, Edwards goes with him, Willis happy for the little bit of a reprieve there as they go through. You would not think this bike race was a 40-lap race the way they've started. You would have thought they had about 5 or 6 laps to go. It was a very fast start there from Boddington. Called them all out. Good ride by Max Sodholz here. They've propped. He's riding his tempo. He's riding himself back into the group here. Boddington leads down the back straight. Then Willis, Edwards and Sodholz. It'll be quite tactical. 4 bike riders. Oceania Championship on the line. It's extremely important racing for the para categories. Oceania Championships, National Championships. We see so much success at the Olympics and World Championships through the Oceania countries. Boddington setting the tempo. Just going to put himself in a bit more of a relaxed hand position as he comes up onto what we call the brake hoods if you're on a road bike. Now he sings up. Kyle Willis can't help himself. As soon as he goes to the front, he likes to set the pace. Boddington's having none of it. He says, I don't want to mess about. I want to get on a race. You're going to come with me or you're not. And at that moment, Edwards is saying, yes, I am. Boddington leads through, 33 laps to go. Swings up. It's all very good and well to be the strongest. Still need to be the smartest, and Boddington is. No two ways about it. Come to the home straight. Edwards goes on with it, setting the tempo to the rest of the Australians in the field. Big turn of pace here being done by Edwards. He knows he's got other people in trouble here. Willis and Sodholz just losing contact this time. Boddington swings up with Edwards. He's going to show some respect to the pace that's been set there by Edwards as Corey Boddington on the Argon 18 Australian team frame. Such a beautiful piece of equipment. Edwards, have a look at this. One New Zealander against 3 Australians. I wouldn't say against, but one New Zealander racing with 3 Australians, and he's taken the race up to them. He's making up for the numbers, or the lack of. Edwards swings up again. Boddington goes with him. Come round this time with 29 laps to go. Willis and Sodholz have not been distanced by too much, but they can't seem to just close that little bit more of a gap. Every time Boddington and Edwards, well, Boddington swings up with Edwards. Edwards just gets on with it as he goes through. Boddington up onto the wheel nicely. Kyle Willis swings up, gets a turn from Max Sodholz. Now Boddington's quite happy to go on with it. Now he goes to the front, starts doing his turn of pace. Sodholz and Willis. A lot of looking over the shoulder to see where the rest of the field is. It's a very warm afternoon here for the riders. Very warm for all of our officials on the track centre. Got a magnificent fan system here in the ceiling of Anna Meares Velodrome, because it does get quite humid. If you've ever been to Queensland, it can get quite humid. But during racing, the fans get turned off because of the disc wheels and so forth that are being used. So it does start to get very hot very quickly for these riders. Remember, they warm up, they warm down on the stationary bikes. Going to take a lot of fluid on board when they're riding, and they've got to go out and race. Of course, once you're out racing, you can't control that temperature any longer. When you're on the warm-up trainer, you can be in front of the fan, you can have the ice vest on, you can keep drinking. Then you've got to get out there for 10 or 15 minutes of racing in a scratch race like this. You've really got to gauge your effort, because if you overheat, if you get into a little bit of trouble, there's nothing you can do about it. You've just got to suck it up, knuckle down and keep grinding away. Boddington leads through from Edwards. Max Sodholz impressed with his ride, the man from the ACT. He got distance very quickly when the pace went up early, but he hasn't really lost much more distance. He keeps being able to ride himself back in. Edwards has had enough of Corey Boddington though. Corey Boddington got himself rested on the top of the bars quite comfortably. He sets a tempo that Edwards decides he can't ride with just at the moment. Max Sodholz now spread around the track, one rider only at a time at the moment. Boddington leads into the home straight. He's going to have Kyle Willis in his sights. Kyle's going to lose a lap to Boddington. Lap riders won't be pulled out. They're all racing for a championship position here, as Boddington makes his way onto the back of Kyle Willis as they come up to get 21 laps to go on the lap scoreboard. Boddington leads through. Willis drops in behind. Nothing wrong with what he's doing there. And we've got Edwards and we've got Sodholz. They are still on the same lap as Corey Boddington at the moment as they lead through. Boddington has a look over the shoulder. No need to bother. His opponents are in the other side of the straight. He's better off looking across the track to see where they are. Kyle Willis can't do anything for him. Once you're lapped, you can't start working turns with the other rider. Edwards, then Sodholz. Hot work out there for these guys. Corey Boddington leads through. He'll be looking to try and take a lap against all the opponents here, the way he's been riding so far. Commentator's dream with the bright yellow gloves, fluoro gloves on. I'll spot him a mile away. Boddington comes through the bend and into the home straight this time. He'll see 18 laps to go. Still got a bit of work to do to get across to Edwards and Sodholz, the New Zealander and the man from the ACT. They're still making their way around. Edwards swung up, seeing if Sodholz will give him a turn. He wasn't quite on yet. He wasn't ready to give a turn. Boddington leads through. Willis following him, just a lap adrift of Boddington for the moment. Good tempo being set by these riders. Great tempo being set by Corey Boddington as he comes into the home straight. 16 to go for him. And it's starting to hurt. You can see just the way that Corey's just repositioning himself on the saddle there as he goes through. It's hard work for him. He's a lap up, almost a lap up on everybody now. He goes into a more relaxed position on the bars. He knows he's taken a lap on everybody out on the track, and he's not too worried about doing it twice by the looks of things. He knows he's got a big week of racing ahead. He's got the scratch race exactly where he wants it. So he settles himself down, settles himself in to follow on for the moment. He's going to set a more tempered tempo for everybody else. Swings to the top of the track. Edwards, Willis now has got himself some riding companions. He's lost a lap to Boddington, but he's okay with everybody else as he goes through. Boddington leads through, leader on the track. Sudholtz, Willis and Edwards. Good piece of riding here. Come through this time and receive 12 laps to go in this Para Scratch Race final. Men's C1 to C5. So Boddington, big swing to the top of the track, drops in, fourth wheel. He's not too concerned about anything right now. Happy just to follow on. It's been a hard ride to take a lap out of the field. It's been a hot, hard ride. He knows he's got to race again over the coming days. It's not just the racing, as I've said before. These guys, they warm up, they warm down. When I say warm down, for those of you unfamiliar with the term, warming up's easy. Getting the muscles nice and hot, making sure the lungs are open so you're ready to race. Warming down, well, it's just trying to eject the lactic acid from the body, try and get some supplety back into the muscles before you get changed and go home and try and start your recovery before the next day's racing. They've got to do that in the heat, so they've got to try and get themselves cool. They've got to stay hydrated the whole time. There's a fair bit on for these elite racing athletes when they're out there on the track and in the venue. Edwards leads through this time. Willis under his wheel. Then Sudholtz, Corey Boddington once again quite happy just to swing to the top of the track and follow on. He's a lap up, he can do what he likes. Sudholtz leads. He's got a nice solid ride here. Time it looked like he was getting into a bit of strife, he wasn't. He was just riding a good tempo for himself. Edwards swings up. Kyle Willis is paying attention to where the back wheel is there. They lead down the back straight. Edwards, Willis, Sudholtz, Boddington. Not long to go now for these riders to finish off. Now Sudholtz knows it's nearly closing time for this one as they get 6 laps to go. As a look over the shoulder, sees he's got a bit of a gap. Edwards knows he's got to chase. And he does chase straight away, not taking any risks of the Australians potentially ganging up. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that. There's a lot of fair bike racing going on in this scratch race with the para athletes. Into the home straight, 5 laps to go. Getting ready for a big sprint. Boddington doesn't have to worry too much about it. But I think bragging rights for himself will be the order of the day when they decide to start moving fast. Sudholtz leads down the back straight. Edwards up onto his wheel. Willis playing close attention now as they'll come up. 1,000 metres left to go. Boddington to the bottom of the track still, just resting the hands on the top of the handlebars. He's not too worried. This is a bit of a point to the back wheel as he goes through. Sudholtz can take advantage of it. Willis not quite intact to be able to get on it quick enough. Then we've got Edwards. They come into the home straight this time. 3 laps to go. Corey Boddington, the man who was ridden away and taken a lap, is now going to set the tempo by the looks of things towards the finish. Max Sudholtz taking full advantage of the lead for now. Willis up onto his wheel. Edwards just out of position. Is that going to be the difference here as they come up to get 2 laps to go? 2 laps to go for the Para C1 to C5 Oceania Scratch Race Championship. Boddington says you can have it to yourselves. He swings up. It's now between the other three because Boddington's going to sit up. He's got the gold medal in his back pocket. He doesn't have to worry about anything else. The sprint finish is going to come between Sodholz, Willis and Edwards. Good ride here from Edwards, trying to get round the outside. Couldn't do it. Willis rode him off. They head down the back straight. Sodholz and Willis. Willis has fought back in this bike race nicely. Sodholz leads. He's too strong though. Into the home straight. Has a look over the shoulder. Crosses the line in second. Willis for third. Edwards crosses in fourth. Put your hands together for Corey Boddington, ladies and gentlemen. He's taken a lap and put on a display here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our final event of our program here for the day session. This is the Para Scratch Race Women C1 to C5 final. Rider 193 is Paige Greco, 194 is Sharon Boyd, Siobhan Terry 196 and Alana Forster, rider 197. Whistle sounds, we're underway, 40 laps to go as Alana Forster leads away in the women's scratch race final for para C1 to C5. Alana Forster, Paige Greco, Sharon Boyd, Siobhan Terry from New Zealand. Forster swings up. Once again, we start to see a little bit of a tactical race to start with, as we saw in the men's event. Sharon Boyd leads through. We'll be having the presentations for our championships straight after these scratch races. That's for the para men and para women. Of course, as I've said before, our next session will start at 6 p.m. Queensland time. So please keep an eye on the time if you're watching us around the world or anywhere else in Australia. As Alana Forster, not happy with the tempo, decides to speed things up as she heads down the back straight. Siobhan Terry, the New Zealand rider, quite happy to go with her. Alana Forster, very fit cyclist, very, very accomplished cyclist. And Siobhan Terry goes with her. It's got a measure in that first attack. This is what we tended to see in the men's scratch race when the attack started early on from Willis and Boddington and Edwards. We had Max Sudholtz, who was following on and benefited nicely towards the end. And then we saw Corey Boddington end up riding away from the rest of the field and taking his lap. It's a very similar start to what we've already seen here today as Paige Greco just getting herself back on terms with these lead three riders. Forster, a flick of the elbow, she'll swing to the top of the track, stretching the legs out of the saddle. Siobhan Terry having a good look over her shoulder. Just wants to see, doesn't want to get caught out by a dive bomb attack, which she's already seen so far in this scratch race. Sharon Boyd leads into the home straight. Victorian Institute of Sport colours for Boyd and for Forster. Rider in third wheel, Siobhan Terry from New Zealand, and Paige Greco racing in the Queensland Academy of Sport colours here today. So many Olympians, Olympic champions, world champions, national team representatives here at the Oceania Championships through all divisions this week. As Alana Forster gets on with the job at hand once again. Another big out of the saddle attack here and going on with it nicely, but she's getting chased each time. Sharon Boyd, Siobhan Terry, quite happy to take up the chase. As Forster really lifting the tempo here as she heads down the back straight. Has a look over the shoulder. Let's look over the shoulder and then just tries to settle in just that little bit. You can't go at that sort of attacking speed every lap, especially with 30 laps to go. Forster goes through. Siobhan Terry, New Zealand rider, leads down the back straight after her. She's got the length of the back straight is all she's got so far, Alana. She'll settle into her pace. She'll make them ride back to her if they can. Another look over the shoulder. It is hot out there. I've said it before. Sorry for repeating it, but it is what it is. Now Sharon Boyd leads through. The two riders working nicely together, Boyd and Terry. Anna Forster not getting any further away. Not for the moment anyway. Boyd leads through. Terry swings up with it ever so slightly. Forster into the back straight. Not getting much more of a gap, but it's certainly not coming down. So she's setting a nice tempo here. They've got 27 to go here. Alana Forster, road or track, it doesn't really matter. She's just as efficient on both. Siobhan Terry swings up, looking for some help from Sharon Boyd. She gets it. Pretty similar distance still. Paige Greco. She's now in the sights of Alana Forster as they come into the home straight. 26 laps to go. Up round the outside there for Forster. Boyd, then Terry. Still only the length of the back straight. She's probably taken a few more bike lengths that lap, Alana Forster. She's in good time trial mode now. The other two riders, Boyd and Terry, well, they're going nicely. When they start to swing up and start doing the turns, there's a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of, not so much hesitation, but a little bit of pause in the step of the chase. Terry leads down the back straight in front of Boyd. They'll be riding quite tactically as well. Silver and bronze medals on the line for these riders. Second and third positions. Of course, C1 to C5 categories, so championship placings, all important for these riders. Lana Forster into the home straight this time. She'll see 23 laps to go. Paige Greco, great piece of intelligent riding here by Paige. That Forster go straight around the outside. Now she's allowed to sit there, no trouble whatsoever. What they can't do is they can't work turns together. So Paige Greco, she can't assist Alana Forster in this situation, but she can follow, no trouble at all. And we saw the benefit of that in the men's race. When Boddington started to pick riders up, Terry leads from Boyd. Boyd swings up with her this time, concentrating on the wheel more than not wanting to do a turn by the looks of things. She rolls through to do her turn this time. Forster though, she's in time trial mode, quite happy to set the tempo. Forster down the back straight. Greco for company. Once again, takes another 2 or 3 bike lengths out of the rest of the field here as she comes into the home straight. Forster, Greco, Boyd now on the front. Terry swings up. A little bit of work to do to get back into the slipstream, but working nicely. Alana Forster into the home straight again. Paige Greco comfortably following on here. And Sharon Boyd swung up that last time. Siobhan Terry didn't offer a return, so it's getting tough work out there. She was trying to get a little bit more of a breather. She'll go through now as they go down the back straight. It is hot work out there, there's no two ways about it. Forster leads through. The way she was attacking early on, you would have thought she would have taken a lap very quickly. She hasn't been able to distance them quite so quickly, but Boyd and Terry, well, they're both very cat and mouse at the moment. I think it's got more to do with the heat than anything else, trying to keep the body temperature down. There is a point where it just becomes a little bit too much in these situations for any rider. Boyd leads through from Terry, Victorian Extra Sport rider. Rock solid. So is Siobhan Terry, though. It's a good contest between these two. Have a look at Alana Forster as she comes into the home straight. Paige Greco following her. About a half a lap distance now between the two groups of two. This for the Oceania Championship. Boyd swings to the top of the track. Terry's quite happy just to follow. Just trying to keep the heart rate that little bit lower. Just trying to control the effort as best they can. Boyd goes up again, so that's all she can do. She's got to keep swinging up, seeing if Terry will give her a turn. Terry's quite happy to go to the front this time, using the banking nicely just to get a bit more speed up. Good riding there by Siobhan Terry. Rode up the track with Sharon Boyd and then sped up as she went, making Boyd have to follow a little bit quicker. Now she swings up to do her turn. Forster just stretching the legs a little bit out of the saddle there. She saw 13 laps to go that time. Boyd and Terry into the home straight. Half a lap, they trail. Alana Forster, she'll start to see the tail end of these two when she comes into each straight now as they head towards the finish. Still got a big week of racing for these riders. Time trials and individual pursuits still to come. Terry and Boyd in the home straight. They'll see 10 laps to go because that's what Forster and Greco are going to look at. Now, Forster riding alongside, having a bit of a chat with Greco there. Should be pointed out by the commissaires that she can't worry about Greco at this stage. No point worrying about getting a turn. Page can't do that in this situation. She's lost a lap to Forster, so all she can do is be a passenger. Forster into the home straight, putting on a great display here, Alana Forster. Half a lap up, it's not getting any less, it's not getting any more though. So it is tough work out there. Now second two on the track coming into the home straight. Sharon Boyd leading the way in front of Siobhan Terry. And now a little bit of frustration now from Sharon Boyd, a bit of an attack here over the top of Siobhan Terry. Doesn't want to go down a lap here, wants to find out whether Siobhan Terry is foxing her a little bit, whether she's got the legs. I'd say Siobhan Terry's got the legs. There's no worries there. These two have matched each other nicely over these last 30 or so laps. They've got 8 to go as they go through this time. We're getting down to the pointy end of the bike race. Paige Greco just losing the wheel a little bit there from Alana Forster. It's been tough out there for these riders. Everyone who's joined us in the grandstand so far today, thank you for joining us. We know it's been a hot day. Tends to be that way at this time of the year at AMV. Big thank you to all of our volunteers and staff who have got the first day of racing away beautifully. Of course, our evening session will start at 6 p.m. So if you're in Queensland, you've been watching the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, please make your way down to AMV tonight or any night this week. We've got some great racing to come. Teams pursuits, scratch races, team sprints, individual sprints, all to happen today. Really looking forward to tonight's program of racing. Alana Forster leads through. 5 laps to go for her. She's got Paige Greco for company, but she's out on her own. Half a lap up on the rest because Paige has lost a lap to Alana. The contest, the second and third spots, Boyd and Terry as they head down the back straight. That's the placings on the track across the line honours. So there are championships to be won, more than one championship to be won with C1 to C5. Now, Siobhan Terry just lifting the pace a little bit, having a look over the shoulder. She's got Boyd under a little bit of pressure, but she swings up. Maybe not realising she had her under a little bit of pressure. Now, Alana Forster's swung up. Just trying to have a bit of a breather, I think, more than anything. Just trying to stretch the legs a little bit. Alana Forster, she's right to the top of the track this time. Speeding up nicely. Alana Forster, one of two things. She either wants to go and get this lap or she didn't appreciate Paige taking a ride back around. So Alana Forster's gotten on with it. And that's what it was about. She didn't appreciate Paige Greco sitting there the whole time. So Alana Forster, now she swings high on the track. Bell lap for Alana. She's going to take the gold medal and the win. Is she going to take the lap though? Paige Greco receives the bell because everyone will finish on the same lap as the winner. The bell will sound this time for Boyd and Terry. It's been a great contest between these two. Bell sounds now. Sharon Boyd steps out. Put your hands together for Alana Forster, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes across the line, the winner of this scratch race. It's been a great display. Look at the pace of Siobhan Terry. This was a great contest between Sharon Boyd and Siobhan Terry. And Siobhan Terry going to go across the line. Very nice indeed. Great piece of racing between those two. 40 laps of the track, hot conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the day session, but please stick around if you can because we'll be having the presentations for our para scratch race finals very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We turn our attention now to the para scratch race men's presentations. We move on to the presentation for the men's MC5 scratch race final. Please welcome our top three place getters, Corey Boddington, Kyle Willis, Lewin Edwards, with the medals to be presented by Louise Jones. In third place, winner of the bronze medal representing New Zealand, Lewin Edwards. In second place, representing the ACT in Australia, Max Sudholz. In first place, Oceania champion, winner of the gold medal representing Queensland and Australia, Corey Boddington. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our champion and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention now to the presentation of the men's para scratch race final MC3. The winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, Kyle Willis. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our women's para scratch race final presentation of WC4. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Sharon Boyd. In first place, gold medalist and Oceania champion, Siobhan Terry. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our champion and medalist. We move on to the presentation of our women's para scratch race final WC5. Please welcome our winner of the gold medal and Oceania champion, Alana Forster. Please show your appreciation for our Oceania champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the presentation for our women's para scratch race WC3. Please welcome the winner, first place, gold medalist and Oceania champion, Paige Greco. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our champion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes these presentations. We will welcome you back here at 6 p.m. for our evening session here at the 2025 Oceania Track Championships.